Alrighty. Greetings, everyone. I'm down here, by the way. I'm down at the middle of your screen. Hi. I'm Swirling Vortex, or Coin, or Steven. You can call me any of those things you like. Welcome back to another episode of, Grim Dawn. Last time, we didn't have a good day. We dropped a lot of frames. It was just awful. I'm leaving that episode in for posterity and not going to remove it or anything. We did make it to the Smuggler's Pass. And that is where we'll be going after today. Additionally, I apologize for the lateness. I had to quickly grind back up to where we were so that we wouldn't lose any progress. And of course, as you can see, because of just the tiniest amount of grinding I had to do and the 2 deaths that I took doing this, we've ended up with a small bit of material, including some legendary stuff, along with plenty of epics, and even some ointments. So last episode that you guys are seeing, I showcased what the dungeons, like the roguelike dungeon aspect of the game. This is a roguelike dungeon. And all these places, there are like 5 in the game, require a skeleton key. You have to make these. You get them Calderos here will actually give you a key and a blueprint to start with, and then you're free to unlock these doors. You can use the key right then and there, or you can store it. When I got this item my first time, we stored it. I stored it, excuse me. On like my vanilla playthrough. But I recommend you store it. You could honestly, doesn't matter. You could do either or, because you can make the key. You just have to go find and grind the chthonic cultists. Or you could be playing this mod, which makes other stuff drop it sometimes. I got a chthonic shard, which is necessary to... No, it's the blood of Chthon. The blood of Chthon does have to be farmed almost exclusively from cultists. But again, I recommend playing this mod. By the way, this is a mod. Welcome to those who don't know. This is Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries, Episode 9B. I finally fixed that gosh darn command so that now when people type in !player build, you actually get what you're supposed to get out of it. I digress. We've spent too long jibber-jabbering over content you may have even seen once. Let's just get to it. These dungeons are considered forbidden domains, which means they have 3 or more modifiers on these enemies. And it was different the last time. This is another example of how you know you're dealing with a procedurally generated section of the game, or like a randomized version of it, is that these things will not be the same. We had a buff that actively helped us in here. Now it's like, meh. You know, we don't deal aether damage, but the lack of health regen might be nice. Yeah, this one's gonna be a little bit rougher. Last time I brought in some supplies. I recommend you get some supplies. Anything that will help your build. I also recommend anything that will last a long time. The Steps of Torment, I think, have 3 floors. Also, I just now realized that I've left my death marker in a place where I probably will not be able to obtain it. And, yes, just in case, because that was a short, almost non-episode, the these dungeons, if you die, you you basically get reset. You're not allowed to put down any rifts. You have to do this in one go. So you have to be very careful. If you are a build that does, if you have a build that struggles with movement, or in my case, it'll be defensive stuff. If you don't have a bunch of defensive stuff, spacing tools are paramount. Don't pull off more than you can chew. In my case, I'm just going to have to rely on teleport and hope I don't die, because of the way that electrocute works. Alright. I think I've jibber-jabbered at you enough. Let's pop some elixirs and get right to it. Might as well pop all of these. But I definitely recommend bringing in supplies. So how's everyone doing today? And I don't know if I mashed teleport or not. Right there. Sometimes I mash like multiple keys by accident. Okay, that guy's gonna come back alive. Nope, he's lying flat on the ground. Never mind. Also, to make matters worse, I gained a level in the process of grinding, and enemies are gonna scale. But if I don't make the level up decision now, we're gonna be at a disadvantage real soon. Okay, so we need physique for some stuff in here. Additionally, we need to be putting points in physique, or we're going to have problems. Yeah, it's really important that you keep your stats up to date. You don't want to go too far behind. Like, it is okay to park it and focus on getting skills, but you gotta make sure you're putting in all the necessary points for your class mastery itself. If you don't do that, you're going to have problems. Oh, and being rooted in here is especially bad. So the main thing about the Steps of Torment, other than the fact that there are 3 floors, is mostly just if you aren't used to dealing with the Arcovian undead, you might want to make sure you brush up on your fight tactics. Granted, in Grim Dawn, this really doesn't change that much. You are more or less, you know, just trying to not stand in bad stuff. Not stand in bad stuff. Make sure you execute your rotation. Also, I forgot. You may not be able to empty your pockets in here, so only carry the highest quality loot possible. Eventually, you know, once we hit like level 90 something, we won't need to worry about that. We could just kind of ignore it. But I typically have a rule of, hey, you know, don't take more loot than you can carry. In here, when you can pop down rifts, you might as well just take the kitchen sink. And take the kitchen sink for the purposes of being able to afford dynamite or other upgrade, like other crucial, essential stuff. So, on a more general, like, am I picking up greens? No, I am not. Okay. How is everyone? I have been a busy, sad man all at once. Just emotional issues mainly. For those who follow me on Twitter, you kind of know the spiel. Is that a nemesis? That is a nemesis. Goes to show you could find anything in here. We're probably gonna die, by the way, just because the nemesis is very dangerous. We actually fought one of those kinds of enemies on camera already. And, boy, was that a doozy. We were teleported every which way. And that fight was really not worth. Let's get to some cover. Also picking up greens again, coin. Yeah, the Nemesis fights aren't really worth it. Speaking of Nemesis, I believe we've pulled one. What kind... How hard is the... Usually the Nemesis hits very hard. Yep, there they are. Okay, it's one of the... You can kite them real slow Nemesis. Okay, but here they come. Okay, that one wasn't too bad. And I believe that leveled us up. Not immediately, but we were definitely close to level, and killing these does yield more experience than normal. We gotta make sure we keep our cunning up. That's the other problem. Alright, so... Might as well put point. I think I remember why we were parking here, but we need the stats. Like, we can't just not have them. And sometimes, you guys should get used to my rationale changing on various things. Not only do I think about stuff, also just the cruel reality is, I'm only doing this once a week, and I don't always remember. I don't always remember the stuff I say. And yeah, I try to do my best to, like, review a video beforehand, so that I know what I'm walking into, and that I don't renege on the things I say. But I'm a STEM major, and I have a lot of work to do. So sometimes stuff just falls through the cracks. I'm not trying to say it's okay. I'm not trying to justify bad content creation, but I do have a life. And that life is very, very busy. Even if it wasn't just school stuff, I also do run a tabletop off to the side. Oh, we hit the big kahuna. I've never seen one of those. I believe it's like a stash of some kind. I've still never seen those. So even I'm also learning things too. I'm not just trying to... I really do go out of my way to say and or talk about one of my favorite YouTubers, Chugga Conroy. His style is... The amount of work he does that he puts into his videos is inspiring and such a godsend for me. But even he, who puts all this time and effort into his videos, also learns things about his very own projects. Especially Splatoon. There was a lot of stuff that he learned in his Splatoon Let's Plays, or especially Earthbound. I think he learned a couple of new bits of information playing that. I'm paranoid about picking up things I'm not supposed to. You guys kept popping up, and I just kept coming back for more.
I can't do that yet.
No, I teleported into that. Not smart. You know, it's actually rather ironic, because I did, in fact, teleport into a group of enemies In the first time we did this, okay, take cover. Alright, that'll do it. Yeah, you really have to be careful in here. You only get one chance. And even if you get another key, like, that's the thing I really want to stress. This thing is random. It changes every time you step foot into it. So, even if the place is the same, the, trying to be careful. Luckily, we managed to do the whole trick them thing. Trick the game into thinking we're in there when we're actually not. You could get a key and come back here, but it won't be the same place because it is random every time. And really, as much as I'd love to show everything, like I would love to run into all these rooms, there are two things you should bear in mind in these places. A, you could encounter a nemesis at any time, and in these places where, you know, you die and that's it, you don't get to fight that nemesis again. Secondly, more than anything, some of these rooms are trapped. Some of these rooms, not only are they trapped, but they also seal themselves. Okay, just gonna try to path my way out of this.
I can't do that yet.
Just gonna have to deal with the fact that I'm beset on all sides. That's okay. Oh, that is less okay. Sorry if my commentary keeps, getting cut off, but I have to pay attention to what's going on. It's the first floor. I would like to not die. Needless to say, as much as I would love to go through every floor, some of these are trapped. You really, really don't want to be taking your chances on random rooms. Now, if you're, like, going for, you know, how many rare or epic legendary items can I get, then yeah, please check every room. If you're already in the mode of needing to grind for keys all the time, like, this is what you want to do. This is what you set yourself up to do in Grim Dawn, then by all means. I'm not here to be the arbiter of good and bad things to do. You can do anything that the game permits you to do in Grim Dawn. Absolutely anything. The issue is trying to make it work with what you have. Doing the best with what you've got. As the game so aptly puts it, I was doing so good too, and then greens. Just in case, I thought I saw something teleport. You want to keep your eyes peeled in here. Like, yes, the audio effects, like the audio cues can be helpful. But nothing beats having good eyesight in games like these. Beautiful. Just look at how many items are on the screen. That's one thing I do like about our build, is that, you know, if we have a bunch of enemies, we're actually quite fine. It's when you get, like, one powerful enemy on the screen that we can't really stand there and just you know, zapped to bits, that's when it's going to be a problem. But, I mean, that's pretty much true of any ranged build in Grim Dawn. You're going to have to keep moving a lot. Go ahead and drink up. Oh, there is an enemy on the screen, and I do not know. Okay, well, we had pets take care of it. Thank goodness. Okay, go ahead and drink. Yeah, don't be afraid to use potions in here. Make sure you bring plenty. Like, plenty of tonics. You never know what you're gonna bump into in here. Granted, that's true for most of the game. You kind of really don't know what you're gonna be doing, but I'm trying to remember. I think I'm standing next to enemies like an idiot. Real smart. And if you're gonna let me zap you through the wall, I'm not gonna complain. Oh, and these bone piles are also not good places to be standing in this room. Absolutely not. Alright. I thought it was 3 floors. Maybe it's 2 floors. I'm having trouble remembering. There's another dungeon I'm thinking of that has like 3 floors, and either it was random and I just happened to bump into it, or it's not, and I'm just not bumping into the right places to get that extra floor. If you want to know for sure which floors or what kind of layout you could expect, they're not perfect layouts, and the resource won't tell you exactly which one. Again, they're random. Check out the Grim Dawn wiki. It will tell you about these extra bonus dungeons. And I think there's like almost one per act. There's a couple of acts that don't have a good one, but obviously the first one, but I think one of them doesn't have a nearby legacy dungeon. I don't know why I'm calling them legacy dungeons. That's an Elden Ring term. Speaking of Elden Ring, not to distract from the current game we're playing too much, but anyone hear about the Shadow of the Ur Tree? I want it so bad. Did I pick up a green just now? No. We do have to open the... I'm glad I saw that. Yeah, I'm not getting mobbed from behind. Not today. But yeah, Shadow of the Ur Tree looks great. I saw the picture of it. I can't wait for a trailer. Unless one's already out, and all I did was look at a picture. I'm not letting you zap me today.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, that was tense. I thought I was gonna die in that room. Yeah, sometimes you have to go through these trap places, and there isn't really much of a choice except to deal with the trap that comes. But thankfully we didn't have to worry about that. I do want to make my way to this merchant up here. Sometimes he sells stuff like blueprints. Mainly that's what you want to be bumping in here for, is the blueprint if you haven't gotten it. Go ahead and drink. Also, our build is a little bit better at handling choke points. We used to not, other than like the, the ice bombs, we used to not really be that good at choke points. We're still not great at setting them up, But we can at least make use of the natural choke points in the terrain. That was a mistake. That was a big mistake, and I'm lucky I was able to blink past. Nope, I died. Oh well. I'm not going to clear it, but I just want to show you that this game is mean. Absolutely, like, going through these dungeons is... You need to be prepared. I just didn't react fast enough. And got myself in a bad situation. That's okay. Sometimes that's just gonna happen to you. Were we at exactly 100? I think we were. I think we were at exactly 100. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and put this dynamite back where it should be. Yep, it's just here. Go ahead and put these others. Actually, we probably need one of those hearts. Well, no, we still got a little ways to go before we have to worry about that. Just making sure I've bought everything else. Actually, we're gonna need that dynamite. I'll take that back. We're gonna need that dynamite. And I still did manage to fix this. Okay. We might as well disassemble these things now so we have clean inventory. Yep, I have plenty of things. Oh, we did have another stack. Good. I'm glad I spotted that. Aw, that would have been a nice elixir to pop. Oh well. I'm gonna buy like maybe another 40 or 50. Yes, I too would love the ability to purchase literally a ton of dynamite. There, an even 50. That should help us clear out the stuff. Then if we get enough legendary tokens, I can make another piece of gear, and then we should be good to go. I did learn something in the process of playing the game in my spare time. So, you do start out with a good chunk of the stuff able to be made from the various blacksmiths and merchants that you have access to in this mod. However, most of what you get, most of the patterns that you have to learn, come from picking up the piece of gear, finding it out in the field, and you don't. I think you just have to bump into it. I don't think you have to wear it. That's how I've been learning them. Anyway, it would suck if that changed once Grim Dawn did like a service patch and Dawn of Masteries did an update, or underwent another update. But the way it works, as far as I can tell, is if you don't know it already, you need to bump into the item in order to use it. It's not quite like vanilla Grim Dawn, where you have to find the blueprint. You do come with some stuff, but you really have to like get a blueprint. If you don't, you're not learning it. Additionally, later we're going to be making a choice between two factions, and they have blueprints. And you can only choose one faction per character, but you are allowed to keep the knowledge of the blueprints between both. So, at least that's the way I'm understanding it. Again, regular Grim Dawn could certainly be a little bit different than that. I blanked out on what I was saying. Oh, right. But in order to get all the blueprints, you have to make 2 characters, not just 1. Okay, I think that takes care of all of it. We didn't get a legendary token, but that's okay. Those are way harder to come by. We're just going to put all that stuff in. Still have 12 dynamite for anyone who is interested. And I was wanting to do something right. Tokens. We want to make them. The nice thing is it doesn't matter which any blacksmith or any token vendor will convert these for you. Just go ahead and make the 2 legendary tokens now. And I like to filter these by... With NCFF, it's way more useful to filter by the class. We're playing a synthesis, so that's what we should use. If we want this book, do we want this book? It's, let's see, chance for one of the following. Well, it would give us the... It would give us another set. And we can also make the helmet, but we can't wear it. Yeah, we just need a higher level to use this stuff. Which we will be able be able to take advantage of all that stuff in due time. Let's go ahead and buff ourselves. And then we're not going to return to misery. We're going to go back to the Smuggler's Pass. We have way more things we have to do. So now, as a little bit of a refresher, we're still trying to make our way to Homestead. We're still trying to make our way to Homestead. So that we can answer the food shortage that Devil's Crossing is currently experiencing. But as we'll soon see, I think Homestead's going to have just as many of its own problems to deal with, and they're not really going to be able to... Also, we could totally pick up stuff again. They're not going to really be able to provide food. That's kind of a mini spoiler. So, this mine, Smuggler's Pass, introduces... I mean, you already kind of saw these aether patches, but now they're going to really start picking up on use. There are going to be a lot of... aether patches that are going to blockade certain paths. Sometimes you'll be able to find, like, spots of the pathway that aren't affected by these aether patches. But sometimes they're just going to expect you to run through and pop a potion. Use your skills. All that fun stuff. Smuggler's Pass also has one interesting gimmick, and that gimmick is you get to pick. It's split between left and right. If you deal with the left, you deal with the path, basically. You will be dealing with the aetherials. You're going to sort of find out that these two sides are duking it out. If in fact you take the right-hand side, and the right-hand side, the way you can tell left and right is by denoting the changes in enemy type and disregarding any of the aether corruptions. What the heck was that? Yeah, see here the beastkin that are fighting the aetherials. This is what I mean. If you go through the right-hand side, you'll get to your destination faster, but you'll be chipping through beastmen in the meantime. If you take the left, you'll be dealing with the aetherials most of the time, and whatever beastkin they've managed to thoroughly corrupt. Of course, I recommend you just go through all of it, because both the grobles and the aetherials, those are the beastmen, that we keep mentioning. All these grobles want to kill us anyway, so we might as well just take them all out. It's kind of like watching a dust-up between the Brotherhood of Steel and the Institute from Fallout 4. Yeah, you might pick sides, but in the end, both of these entities are really quite bad given their current forms, and you might as well either kill them both or don't get involved with either. The only difference between that and this is we don't have any choice. We have to get involved. We have to kill them. It sucks, but hey. They're guarding sweet loot for a start. They are also, that's not what I wanted to press. Guarding sweet loot. And on top of guarding loot, they happen to be in my way. That's really about all the reason I need. They're in my way. They're in our way. And if you're at, I believe you're supposed to be like in your mid-20s, like low 30s coming through here. Of course, we are severely over-leveled. The enemies scale with you. It's not like the game doesn't recognize, hey, you're at a higher level. I'm going to throw random enemies at you. But you really are supposed to be about half the level we are now. So if you're wanting to, like, maybe, if you want, like, story continuity, like, this is the amount of challenge you should experience when playing through this section of the game, maybe don't play Dawn of Masteries. Maybe play Vanilla first. I've played Vanilla up to a point, and Grim Dawn is a fun experience, but you do have to walk into it sort of knowing what to expect. Like, you should be under the impression that this is attempting to straddle that line somewhere between Diablo and Path of Exile, and I think that Grim Dawn does an excellent job of this. And Dawn of Masteries is an excellent mod package. It really just lets loose and lets the single player have tons of fun. Is it the most balanced? No, there are some builds that are better than others. AKA this one. Pick this one, pick me. Use my build, and you'll be... Actually, there are probably way better builds than mine, but I like to think this one's pretty good. There's probably a better class you can choose. As I've sort of noticed in Dawn of Masteries, you really do want to be picking up like a regular Grim Dawn class if you can help it. The Grim Dawn classes make sure that you have compatible gear in the endgame, and you're not having to, like, kill a bunch of stuff to find what you're looking for so you can make it. That kind of thing. Or you could be a total gremlin like me and just decide, hey, I'm doing it hard mode. Gear? Who needs that? I'll make it, I'll find it, I'll use it. In all seriousness, it doesn't really matter what you pick in this game. It's just you do have to bear in mind that there are challenges that come with not using a base class. That, like, a base mastery. That's all. And because of the epic gear, or the legendary gear that we now have, curse you, World of Warcraft, you have spoiled my ability to look at purple gear anytime. I'm sure people would say the same about Destiny as well. These games spoil what a color means for you. So here we are at Dead Man's Gulch. We'll find another, like, Rift Gate shortly. Should be right up here past the bridge, if my memory serves me correctly. Also, I would say the game is probably at its most difficult. When I was playing through it, granted I only went through 60%, I found this section of the game in vanilla to be really difficult. The game more or less expected you to have a good working knowledge of how your class works. Also, there were some things you quite literally just could not do if you weren't prepared to spend resources. And that's fine. I'm not saying that to take away from the game. It's just things you notice when you play. That's all. Yep, here we are, Dead Man's Gulch. And not too far from here will be where the story kind of picks up again. You're like, wait, isn't it Homestead? Shh. You'll see what I mean. Promise. Should be right along here. Oh, Olgrim? Wait, what?
Well, if it isn't my old friend from Devil's Crossing. I had a feeling you'd be making your way through here. I haven't been entirely honest with you. I'm not a chef, not by profession anyway, although maybe that would have been a better path. As it is, I'm an assassin and former First Blade of the Arelon Emperor. It's a title I've not always been proud to bear, as my line of work has not always been virtuous. But I dealt with threats to the Empire. Now all of humanity is threatened by foes more deadly than anything we faced before. It is, however, a time when I can put my talents to a more noble purpose. You haven't been entirely forthright with me either, Taken, but don't worry. I'm the keeper of many secrets.
What did you just call me?
A Taken? Well, formerly so, if we get down to semantics. The Aetherial left you just before you hanged to death. Am I not correct?
How do you know all this?
My sources are quite good, if I say so myself. But you trusted me, and now I shall trust you.
First Blade of the Emperor?
Look, I'm sure you have many questions, but now is not the time. We need to get these people to Homestead.
Why did you join me in Devil's Crossing only to leave
My
again?
job was to scout the countryside, get bearings on enemy strongholds, and investigate weaknesses. Your mention of people surviving out in Devil's Crossing was intriguing, so I wanted to see it for myself. Having learned everything I could about the area, I felt it was time to return to my men in Homestead.
Your men?
Can't say I like it any more than they do, but I am working alongside the Black Legion. They are all that remain of the Imperium's forces.
So, how can I help here, Olgrim?
I came upon these refugees on my way through Smuggler's Pass. They were trapped and would soon have become food or entertainment for the trolls. I had to do something. Now we're stuck out here, caught in the midst of a battle between the trolls and the ethereal forces. The tunnel to Homestead is blocked by aether fire, and the only option now is a passage through the mountain deeps. It is a foul place at the bottom of the world, infested with all manner of terrible things that hate the sun. There is no way these people would survive down there. In Devil's Crossing, I saw that you had the power to open rifts. I need you to fight your way to Homestead, secure a rift, and come back for us. So please, help these people. Below is an entrance to the deeps. From there, you'll exit onto the dusty road that will lead you into Homestead. Be swift. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold off the trolls before they come in force.
Sure. So, we have a few new people. Hi, Trisha. My husband won't last out here much longer. We've been without food for days, and our water is nearly gone now too. Please help us. I will do the best I can. Yeah, there's Terrace here. He's just kind of lying there. What about you two? Like many that set out with us, I was a soldier before we retired to farm lands granted us by the Empire. We knew how to fight. We fared better against the zombies than other groups we've encountered. That is, until the corrupted trolls appeared and drove us into the mountain, killing dozens of my brethren. Now this is all that remains, and only by the valor of Olgrim, a man who fights like the devil. I don't know where he came from, but I don't think he is mortal. You know, I'm sure you're not the only person to say that. Even if he could hold off these monsters forever, we will soon succumb to the elements. I hope you can help him deliver us from this place of death. Sure. I survived 2 campaigns in the Northlands, only to be driven off my hard-won lands by half-troll scum. Now, in the time of the Empire's greatest need, I'm a used-up old man with one eye and limp. What a shame that I'm alive. While so many brave veterans fell to see the rest of us this far. All the more so that I've beheld this man Ulgrim, seemingly a peer in age, but who yet fights with a ferocity I could not match in my prime. His speed and skill is like nothing I've witnessed, even in all my years on the battlefield. I hope he can help these people, but if not, I thank you for trying. Maybe it's best that my journey ends here. I'm just a burden now to those who are still fit to carry on the fight. Don't knock yourself out of this yet. I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but I couldn't help it over here that you'll be going through the mountain deeps. That's right, why do you ask? You see, my sister Dahlia got fed up with waiting while I lay here with a gaping wound in my side. Despite Ulgrim's insistence that she stay, Dahlia set out into the depths on her own in search of rescue and medical supplies. It's been over a day and I'm afraid something must have happened. Would you please look for her? I fear the worst. You've got it, Colin. Alright, so if I were playing on my own, I would leave these people and go explore the south. However, I think it would be more appropriate if in fact we did things the intended way. Trust me, we will come back and explore the south. The reason we want to go south is to make our way through Tyrant's Hold back to Twin Falls. Remember that knocked up old bridge? Like, that was completely destroyed? Yeah. If we can fix that bridge. We'll have to go through a forbidden area to do it, or like a dangerous area to do it, but we can do it. And that'll make, I think that makes certain events become easier to manage later. And if not, it just feels good to restore, like, land and structures to what they should be. So, welcome to the Mountain Deeps. It's a different place. Kinda. It's still a cave, but you've got, like, these bioluminescent strands of fronds and fungus, and you've got these beasts, and you've got insects in here. Oh, and spiders. Dozens of spiders. It's a lot of fun. I do like this cave. It does get tedious to navigate the cave, but I do like it. And of course, yes, it's a cave with insects, spiders, and worms. So you know what that means. There's gonna be tons of poison. Tons of poison. Vials of the stuff. And if I were playing a rogue, I would bottle it and use it for my own. But instead, we are a magi who slings lightning better than any lightning rod, and maybe even Zeus himself. Nah, we're not quite on that level. And that's a different mastery anyway. That's Storm Mastery, which we definitely could have picked. If we had chosen, like, Storm Mastery, we would have gotten access to some different, not removal, what is this, Magic the Gathering? Some different countermeasures. We certainly wouldn't have Ice Bomb, but we would probably have more stuff like Storm Shield, or Lightning Shield for something we need to know in this build. Trying to think. Oh yeah, and in here is a desecrated shrine. So if you play the story, you will get a certain number of these shrines just on your own. But if you really want to get them all, you have to explore. And you should explore. It's worth your time. The desecrated shrines make it worth your time. The extra loot you get makes it worth your time. We're just gonna, like, take you guys out. I think some of them are still making their way up here, but shouldn't be too many. Yeah, look, we could take care of a lot just by using the terrain to our natural advantage. More spiders. And we're looking for Dahlia in here. We're hoping we find her, you know, alive. She probably won't be, just looking at what's in here, but, you know, the hope is that she's alive, right? Ah, who am I kidding? She'll probably be dead. Like, it's nice to hold hope, but if there's anything you've learned in Grim Dawn that I hope I've taught you by now, that the game has taught you, is that this game does not have a whole bunch of happy endings lying around. Like, yes, you do kill the bad guys, but at what cost? You're standing on a mountain of corpses. Yeah, you're standing on a pile of corpses, as high as, like, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, or perhaps even as tall as Mount Everest, as far as I'm concerned. There are just so many people who wind up dead. There are many people who died just when the Grim Dawn occurred. Let alone the number of people who probably died trying to make their way in this world, and how many people kill themselves, in quotes, just to join the aetherials, and Chthon, either because they believe in Chthon or because the aetherials tempt them with promises of power. Okay. We need to keep going and put points in things. We're starting to run out of space. And we're really starting to hit those diminishing returns on accumulated stats. Have to kind of, like, get it through gear. Were we working on anything? Yes. Yes, we were. Alright, we have taken care of Quill and Scholar's Light, the candle. So now we need to go back and try to... Yeah, we need to get a different devotion now. We want... Whoops, that is the wrong key. We want lightning. If I could spell damage. And for us to keep going the way we're gonna go, we need red, green, and blue. We've got plenty of ascendant affinities. We need some other stuff now. Just, like, thinking of... Or maybe that's not where we're going. There are quite a few different... See, this is one of the there is a sort of learning curve involved in like making these decisions. Are you gonna go for every um devotion? No, or every constellation? No, no, of course not. And ultimately you want to end up picking, you want something along these major affinities. The question is just getting the correct ones. Yeah, me definitely thinks we want a elemental storm. This is like a payoff constellation. You don't really get anything out of this except that. But elemental damage does help us, and it helps us a lot in a number of capacities. Making our lightning spells hit that much harder. Our ice bombs continue to be useful to us and not just a spacing tool. And, making our magma tempest more and more useful. And it doesn't just fall off. Wow. It's just... so many poison clouds. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where we find her exactly. It's like at the midway point. And I thought I saw something move toward us, even though we didn't do anything whatsoever. Yeah, this game is aggressive. You learn that the game is just aggressive. It's hostile to you at almost all times. That doesn't bother me. That's what we signed up for. We're in a world where only the humans love us, and everything else kind of hates us. And there aren't really entities that can hate your guts that you want to get along with. I can't foresee wanting to get along with Cromley's gang. I can't foresee wanting to be liked by the people that would, by the entities that would subjugate and enslave us. Or Cthon, who believes that his gift has been squandered and wishes pretty much all organic life dead. Any life at all. Any, like, other than, like, non-human life. Wishing all sentient life dead. Like, I just don't foresee us getting along with these sorts of entities, so why bother? Maybe in Ashes of Malmouth, there we go. Malmouth, or, the Forgotten Gods. Maybe there might give us more pause on these encounters. Not these encounters, but these factions. These factions that would seek to do us harm because we oppose them. But if we were given a chance to know them equally from the start without making decisions, what would you choose? Okay, I definitely know that we did not find Dahlia in here, so we gotta do that first. However, what I am going to do is park a rift right here. In case we die for some strange reason, we can come back to a spot we actually want to leave from. We're just getting all kinds of blueprints. I guess this is the level where the game is like, hey, you should be at the end of the game already. Here are these random patterns you haven't learned yet. We're gonna give them to you. I really imagine this is the kind of thing you want to be working toward, organically. Like, an Act 4 or 5 is about where you should be getting these. And that means you're, what, like... Oh, you know what, actually? Wasn't the level cap like 40 or something in vanilla. I think you do level up faster in the DLCs. I did not experience Grim Dawn without the DLCs, so I have no idea about that. But I think I remember reading some Reddit forums where it's like, hey, you know, it's better than the cap being at 40 and you can't even, like, fill out your tree. You really gotta, like, min-max your picks. Where is that elite? Or did he die? No, he was definitely there. Alright. I have to remember, I'm on YouTube. I take breaks at the 2-hour mark, as much as I would love to take one right now. I am working on, like a plate of tortillas with some guacamole on the side. I didn't used to like guacamole growing up, but I think that was just due to the fact of not liking avocados. Like plain avocado growing up. Still really don't. But guacamole is fine stuff. Just don't give me this sweet guacamole. I've had it sweet. It's gross. And it really is just the taste. Nothing else. Anyone else like guacamole? My sibling is more of a queso person themselves, and my folks. Now I think mom's more of a queso person, but dad and my dad and my stepmom are both like salsa people. All right, here she is, Dahlia Tavern's corpse. It appears that Dahlia has not survived the dangers of the mountain deeps, as is to be expected. We kind of knew she wouldn't. And I did know, but it's no fun if I reveal things to you all the time. Gotta be left in suspense sometimes. But yeah, we could kind of guess that she was dead. And most people in Grim Dawn can't really snuff it on a lot of these enemies, and I would be surprised if any of the NPCs that you'll find, even Inquisitor Creed, I'd be surprised if he could tango with some of the enemies you'll find here in Dawn of Masteries. Especially where you basically need like a really huge you really need a good chunk of DPS to make your way through, and I am so sorry for that yawn. Alright, we made it through. Yeah, this place wasn't super big. There will be caves later with way longer tunnels. In fact, we get to experience those in Homestead. We get to experience those in Homestead, which is just great. Well, not in Homestead, but around Homestead. I think I was about to say Domestead in my head, and I was mouthing it slowly out loud, and then it turned to me almost saying it. I don't know. Don't worry, we'll return to having some ambience in just a moment. You have traveled through Smuggler's Pass. Seek a way to Homestead. Yeah, the game has not, denied you of your main quest just because you have all these other sub-level events that are happening. Alright, first, let's go to Dead Man's Gulch. And then let's go back and tell Colin about Dahlia so he can move on. Did you find my sister? Yes, she was in the mountain deeps. I'm sorry. I had a feeling. Thank you for the information. Excuse me. Thank you for giving me closure. Yeah, that's the last you're gonna hear out of Colin, like, ever. A lot of these minor NPCs are just that. I like the fact that the minor NPCs are there, you know, doing quests for them and having the bit of dialogue you do get with them. It really helps pepper the world. It flavors it. So you really know that, oh yeah, things are super dire. People are asking you to do things they'd likely do themselves in a non-hostile, non-apocalyptic environment. And it really gives you the... With how few of the NPCs you meet, it really does give you a sense of, hey, this is an apocalypse. Most of humanity is dead, or whatever isn't dead has banded up into these smaller groups for various nefarious purposes. Cronley's and the Cult of Cthon, or has been enslaved by the aetherials, killed and used for scrap. And I will say that even though Grim Dawn doesn't have, like... The music is good. Is it the most amazing soundtrack? No. But everything fits where it's supposed to. There aren't random bits of... And Dawn of Masteries didn't change the music. So, like, you get the experience of the original choices that come along with the music tracks, and like the looping between the tracks, and the music matches the environment. It's not like Diablo, where you change environment. Like in the beginning, you're not really moving around that much, but at the end, or, you know, when you're playing the game to advance in greater rifts or, like, multiplayer progression, you move around environments so much, and everything is so procedurally generated that, after a while, it all kind of muddles together. And Grim Dawn doesn't have that problem. At least not to me. Now, is that an indicator that something is wrong with Diablo, like the series? No, of course not. And, you know, most of my experiences with 3 and maybe a little bit of 2. Most of my experience is with 3. So make of that what you will. Alright, let's go grab some dynamite. Might as well clear this out. That way, we're going to be heading south anyway, and it's just easier if we do that now, rather than later. Well, not now, but when we get to Homestead and Old Grim gets to go back there to advance to the next portion of the game, we'll be able to run back through and clear out all these places. All these places that we're missing along the way. Edwin taught me a thing or two before he left. Now I ain't some master chef, but hopefully it'll be better than the grub I've been serving up before. At least as long as we have rations to go around. Where do you think he went? I haven't a clue. He seemed to be in an awful hurry. Let's have a bowl. Wow, that was actually not terrible. Thanks. It's nice that you're not you get some closure on that, and you're not constantly insulting Edwin for his cooking. People are just doing the best with what they've got, as the game often says. I find that it is crucial to help manage inventory where you can get it, where you can get the time. Otherwise, you can and will. It will catch up to you, especially with the amount of stuff that we're selling off. Absolutely. And besides, like, stockpiling money is generally a good thing in the early portions of the game. So that you could... That is not what I wanted to do, and I just lost a bunch of cash. Let's sort this. And let me just make sure I haven't sold the blue by mistake. So what do you guys think of Grim Dawn so far? I like the game. I mean, I could sit here and talk about all these reasons that I like the game. And I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on about why I like it. I kind of bought it. I didn't buy it with the right expectation in mind. I kind of assumed it was, it was going to lean in harder on the co-op aspect of the game, but it doesn't. You can totally play it by yourself. And that is perfectly a-okay. I think we need, like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 15, 19, 21. We need 21 dynamite. Total. Not 21 extra dynamite. 21 total. 21 dynamite, 21 guns, and 21 crying human people. I don't know where I was going with that. When I'm not talking, I tend to do this very quickly. I digress. In terms of what you guys might like about this game, is it the action, like the gameplay? Is it the story? Is it the music? Is it the, the assets, like the graphics and stuff? Is it the overall package? Or do you dislike this game? I'm okay with that. You don't have to like it. I'm not... Surely if you're watching this, you're either watching this because I'm speaking, or you're watching this because you either like the game and want to see someone else play it, or what have you. And I mean a collective you, not a singleton you. I don't have anyone I'm talking to directly right now other than chat. That is another token we can make, and we will be able to get that other piece of gear. Might as well take care of it now. And sort by... We have the pauldrons, but these are for level 94. It's the book. We wanted the book. Although we can't have the book because it's level 94. Unfortunate. Okay, but we do need to replace our gear. My god, some of it is awful. And our other choices, like Elementalist, But that isn't an NCFF class. It's a Zenith class. At least I sure hope so. Yeah, man, it's Zenith. That's what I expected. It really sucks that Zenith does not have a blacksmith. You think it would, but it just doesn't. It's so strange. That's very strange. I wonder if the mod, like that particular sub mod, didn't get fully ported in, or people ran out of time. I don't know. I'm guessing now. But I would find it interesting if someone knew the details for that. We're gonna go on as long as we can. I'll try to like make upgrade swaps off camera, or if we've got time at the end, I'll kind of like maybe spend 10 minutes just kind of poring over the pages of possible upgrades. Let's go back to the Prospector's Trail. We gotta make our way to, ow. Nice. Well, I am certainly glad that we had that crash there instead of later. Why it decided to crash, I have no idea. And as you can see, I've been leveling up other characters in my spare time. You can tell I like the game, right? I wouldn't be playing it in my spare time if all I was trying to do was make a project out of it. It is good. If you like Path of Exile, you will like this game. If you like Diablo, you will probably like this game okay. It's a bit of a steeper curve. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's different. With Path of Exile, you just got a very high learning curve all the way through. With Diablo, it's more like you have moves, you have variations on those moves, and then you have gear. And that's really about it. There isn't another subsystem. Like, all the subsystems feed back into either the gear or the moves, the abilities you get. One of those two things. In Path of Exile, I want to say that when I last played it, you had like gear, augments to that gear, like skill trees, augments to those skill trees, and that was all available right from the start, not counting all the different subsystems that you could use to feed back. There's a lot more plugging in, although from what I understand, that was supposed to have been reduced by a few patches, because the game had suffered from some serious content bloat. Not a thing you'd think you'd hear in today's age, content bloat, but it's there. Just gonna go ahead and I want to leave you guys with some different music. I would like to work on these chips some more, and I don't want to be munching and playing. I do that off camera, not on camera. So I'm going to take a few moments, probably somewhere between, I'd say, 2 and 5. Just kind of finish these lovely tortillas, and I'll be right back. I also need to stretch my legs anyway, so feel free to stretch yours too. It is 1 hour and 23 minutes into the recording at the time that we're speaking, so we should be back by, I'd say, around 2:35 p.m. Something like that. I'll see you guys after the intermission. I just realized that my mic was muted for that. My mic was muted for like a grand total of that whole explanation. I'll just summarize it and say I'm sorry for the lateness. I had to move a little bit more slowly to minimize my noise, and the hot chocolate took longer to make. That's really about it. That's all there is to say. Let's make our way back toward Homestead, which is north. We want to be heading north. And we're getting kinda close-ish. You can see the fields off in the distance. I heard that little clink of loot in the background. Does everyone enjoy their break? So, in terms of... There is a new piece of information I wanted to give you guys. I just wanted to, you know, kind of get everyone all settled in first before I just go and mention anything. The Discord. I have a Discord. That Discord, I don't have any way for YouTube people to natively access it through any tiered rewards program of their own, but what I have more or less decided is I'm gonna have people use the coffee link to do that. It won't be an expensive amount. I think maybe $1 would probably get you in. Those who have like Amazon accounts are sort of getting it for free with their Twitch Prime, so I have to find something equivalent that isn't expensive for folks. Granted, not everyone's using Amazon. I'm aware of that. So I try to provide options while I think of some other things that are maybe better worth the reward tiers. Really, to get the most bang for your buck, I recommend subbing to me on Twitch with a Twitch Prime, which will get you tier 1 emotes. I have like 6 now. The animated tier 1 emote, and other than the Discord access, it gets you like double channel points and stuff. I'll demonstrate this command. I've been hoping someone will just like ask me, and I'll say it, but I need to say it myself. Yeah. So there's no link. There's no link to... Okay, hang on. I'm gonna fix it. I need to fix... Nope, never mind. It fixed it. It was just slow. Also, I had the internet open the whole time. I fixed that. So there should be less data being burned, hopefully. But I hope everyone had a good break and other stuff. Like a good intermission break. I don't want to forget to say that. But, yeah, I'm trying to find other incentives that are actually worth something. And because of how small I am, I don't exactly know what else I could be doing. Like, I see a lot of stuff that's like, oh, well, for this much, you get, I don't know, you get the ability to vote on things. We don't have enough of a community to vote on anything. So I think, like right now, the benefits are kind of asymmetrical. Of course, financial support or donations or anything of that sort. Also, I totally forgot to like get the dynamite. Which we're now going to go back and do because we shouldn't be crashing. Anyway, I don't want support to ever feel obligational. About once a month, I've been doing the random, like a random Twitch Prime or like a Twitch gift sub. I've done it a grand total of twice. I do not know if I'm going to be able to continue it, but I'm going to do my darndest. But that is my way of like getting people into the door. I do want to cultivate a community. It's easiest to do that, of course, when you're on other people's, live streams. Way easier to do that when you're actually known in the correct spaces. And it's very hard to be known in those correct spaces. I don't have very good watch habits in terms of like helping myself be better for the YouTube space. I really, really don't.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Not much more to say than that. Also, if you like the content for any reason, feel free to leave me, not leave me a follow, but feel free to subscribe. Jolt that button for me. Maybe like the video or comment and actually just sit all the way through it. Or like sit through portions of it. Believe it or not, the view time followed by the likes helps more than the subs do. But I do notice, and also I suppose as a minor, very, very minor, minor like milestone, we have I've gotten 1,000 total views. I'm sorry. I just had to get that out there. It felt good to see that number. Look, I'm an RPG person. I like it when number get big. I like it when number gets big. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7 for the gear, 3 for the blast, like clearing out the crater. Crater? Clearing out the debris. Debris University. I don't know. I just thought to say something random. I don't think anyone found that funny. Coin hit, or swirling vortex hit himself at confusion. It was effective. I'm certainly very confused. I tend not to be very good at just random bits of humor. People find me funny because I act funny and not because I say funny, really. That's about what that's about the mileage I get on my humor. Whereas, my friends, oh, definitely funny. And of course, I'm funnier when I'm uninhibited, of course, and by that I mean, I'm playing, like, cards against humanity. It's like one of my favorite, all-time games. Well, not all-time yes, all-time games. It's like one of the most, I get to enjoy myself a lot there. But, you gotta have something of a steel mind to play it. If you don't, then you're not gonna have a good time with it. You have to realize that the whole point of cards is to be, like, provocative. And, like, make people think and appeal to people's sense of humor. Like, individually. Oh, did you just regenerate health? How dare you? Sure. Just die already. Jeez. Yeah, the Aether shields do get kind of annoying to deal with, but it's neither here nor there. Continuing on my previous topic, with cards, you have to remember that these things are written to be nasty. They are written for the sole purpose of being provocative. Now, some things can really just cross a line, but you know You know what the nice part about those games is? You could remove the card. If the card offends you that much, or like saying it offends you, if the card violates your sensibilities badly, then you could remove the card. Heck, I think the boxes usually come with write-in cards where you could just write in various things. There's a similar, somewhat of a similar game called Boxers or Briefs. It's like PG-13, and it comes in with a bunch of writing cards. Granted, in Cards Against Humanity, you don't have 6 different possible statements to try to pick out from, or you're not rolling a die to determine what you're selecting your card for. You're also not given a prompt. Cards Against Humanity, it's less direct when it comes to, are you trying to appeal to my sensibilities, or are you trying to make me laugh, or are you trying to evoke a visceral reaction? I was about to say eviscerate, I think. Like, you have that creativity, whereas with Boxers and Briefs, not so much. Like you're rolling to determine what about the person you want to say. The cards have a statement for each side of the die, and you pick the statement on each card. You get like a certain number in your hand, and out of those cards, you pick the one that you think would be either true about that person or funny about that person, period. Represented by the underwear. It's a different both reveal things about people, but Boxers or Briefs is like meant to cater to a more acceptable crowd. Cards Against Humanity does that. You're given a prompt, but you're allowed some freedom on what that prompt is. What the heck? That's a lot of damage to be taken in the span of like 4 seconds. So these are the Withering Fields. The Withering Fields, as you'd expect, are withered. Okay, stating the obvious aside as like a meme. The Withering Fields are like, this is what the people of Devil's Crossing were hoping for. They were hoping for fields filled with wheat. Oh, also, the game's a bit loud, I just now realized. There, that should be a little bit more tolerable. I forgot what I was gonna say. Love that for me. Oh, I suppose with Cards Against Humanity, you're, you have a lot of, you only get, like, one response per card. So sometimes there's a lot more of a probability that you get, like, junk. Things you don't care about. But at the same time, it's up to you to make use of what you're given when you draw your cards. And you think about what that person might like. Like, that's the thing. It's subjective. Cards Against Humanity is a very subjective game. And they are things that people would... They're going to be... You never quite know what the response is going to be to a card you throw down for a person. Well, not for a person, but in response to the prompt. And I like that about those types of games. You really get some insight into people. I am a people person.
These are trying times, but we will persevere.
Welcome to Homestead, traveler. What brings you to our sanctuary? I come from Devil's Crossing. I was wondering if we could trade for food. I understand your predicament. I truly do, but I'm afraid we are not in a position to help you right now. Frankly, we could use some help ourselves. With the Black Legion hell-bent on destroying every ethereal and Chthonian they see, they have lost sight of the issues plaguing the very people they are trying to protect. What can you tell me about the area? Homestead and the surrounding farmlands have been providing food to the nearby towns and villages for centuries. My family has worked this land for over 200 years, but when the grim dawn struck, all that seemed to fall apart in an instant. Now we are contending with Dermot Terrans, Aetherials, and bloodthirsty cultists, virtually at the same time. Homestead has become a hurricane of conflict, and we are at the eye of the storm. Why is the Black Legion not helping? Captain Sommer is only concerned with the Aetherials and the cult of Chthon. What she fails to understand is that we need to restore more fields to working condition if we're to provide food for ourselves and all her troops. With the world in disarray, the Dermot Terrans have spread like locusts, invading our farms and devouring our livestock. We have come to the Black Legion for aid many times, but the captain is deaf to our requests. What's the problem? Sorry, my throat was getting a bit dry. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to throw out this cup after today. After the grim dawn, many of our neighbors were forced to abandon their homes and flee here. Together we built Homestead up into a sanctuary, but it came at a loss of countless other farmsteads. When the Black Legion arrived, we were able to recover a few fields, but not nearly enough to feed everyone. Captain Sommer considers the resources available to be sufficient for her campaign, and has deemed any further efforts to restore the farmland to be secondary to the Legion's mission. The Dermot Terrans, a vile infestation that plagues this land every few years, are running rampant throughout our lands, devouring all they see, and laying their eggs. If we don't act soon, our harvest will be ruined and our land left barren. There are 2 farms just west of here, belonging to Elmsworth and Thornsbury, which would be the ideal next steps in expanding our food production. If you could clear out the Dermot Terran egg clusters there, along with any Dermot Terrans protecting them, then perhaps I could convince the captain to at least assign guards to the farm and let our men work the fields. I'll see to it that you are justly compensated. What do you say? Sure. Why not? So, as if things go from bad to worse. Now, we can't even get our food. We have to clear out the fields to get the food. Isaiah, what are you doing here? Hello, my father's told me about you. It's not every day you meet someone friendly and understanding out there in the wilds. Father seems like a good man. He's always looking out for me. Especially now that Mom's passed on. Jeez. Seems our roads cross again. Glad to see you survive the wilderness. I appreciate you letting me tell my side of the story back in the Arcovian foothills. Most people wouldn't bother getting all the details straight. Sure, glad you made it through. Say, I've gathered up quite a few interesting things while traveling out there. Don't suppose you'd be interested in buying something? Only the best deals for a friend. Sure. And yes, he does not sell any, he does not sell any ranged implements. Weird, but whatever. So out of all this stuff, the only thing that's actually worth anything are the ointments, oils, and components. Just how I like my stores. Useless. Stay on your guard. The enemies of humanity are all around us. Got any stories from the front lines? I hope you never have to meet the cult of Chthon. They are depraved lunatics, traitors to humanity who worship the very beings that threaten to destroy us all. If you've ever wondered if evil truly exists within the hearts of men, then look no further than the Bloodsworn. You have any more? No, I didn't think so. Can you open the gates? I'm sorry, we are under strict orders not to open the gates until Ulgrim has reported in. Here's the Black Legion scouting report. And the Journal of Inquisitor Creed. Oh, these are going to be some good finds. I write this letter to report of extreme and disturbing ethereal activity to the north of Homestead. I set off to the foothills and made my way through the warren of low stone walls, fences, and occasional farmhouses. I was careful to move in secret and remain undetected from the horrors that still roam the fields unchecked. I made it to the Valley of Two Hills near the river when I witnessed something I could barely comprehend. An unearthly black pillar that was neither stone nor flesh, drifting slowly across the land as would a low cloud. A sickly green glow burned at its core, and great writhing tendrils hung from somewhere underneath the shifting black shell. I watched... almost choked. I watched in mounting dread as the unholy obelisk slowed, and then, without warning, burrowed the hooks of the dangling tentacles into the ground. The ground began to wither and glow with the same unwholesome green. It was then that the obelisk pulled itself into the ground, with a sound that made me feel as if the earth was dying. It began glowing so bright I could hardly look. Its power seeped into the ground, twisting and corrupting as it spread. I lingered for nearly an hour in that place, and in that time a great distance around the obelisk had been changed. I was about to leave when the obelisk erupted from the ground and drifted to an untouched patch of land to begin the cycle again. We must act soon, or there will be nothing left to save. 6th Regimental Scouts of the Black Legion, Renault Oberek. Well, and how many of the Inquisitor Creed entries do we have? Okay. Much time has passed since my last entry. Following my escape from Krieg's laboratory, I have raced against time and lost. Passed through darkness and flame and witnessed the ruin of the world as I knew it. Even as I assumed key figures in the capital were likely to be possessed by the entities we now call aetherials, I reasoned that it was only with support from within the capital that we could hope to thwart them. Any action that began outside the capital could be spun as a political rebellion and crushed with the Empire's own forces before the truth could be exposed. Thus, I cast my dice and raced toward the heart of Erlen, trying to conceal myself as best I could. Upon my arrival, I proceeded cautiously, booking a room at a squalid inn near the west gates in an effort to keep my arrival secret. Initially, I sought out old acquaintances, assuming if I could detect some change in personality or behavior, it might reveal possession. A few awkward reunions made it painfully obvious that years on the road, carrying out my duties as an inquisitor, had left me out of touch, unable to discern whether any changes were the result of possession or just the passage of time and faded memories. The only gamble left was to report back to the citadel of the Luminari and see what came of it. I never made it there. Waiting until the sunlight dwindled and crowds thinned in the streets below, I rose to leave, but was quite startled to see that a shadowy figure had somehow silently breached my room, evading all the wards set against intruders. This is how I came into cooperation with the First Blade. Ah, so you met Ulgrim already. Good to know. And we have a neat 8th entry. It was known that anyone of significance who fomented discontent or posed a real threat to the rule of the Emperor might be visited by the First Blade. I never stirred such controversy, but I always imagined if such an encounter took place, I could put up a respectable fight. I never got the chance. Taken unawares, I'm holding a ticking time bomb. I was disarmed before I even knew what was happening. Had he sought my death, I would not have even witnessed the killing stroke fall. However, he seemed more interested in answers instead, and in turn provided me with an account of his own events that confirmed my worst fears. First Blade revealed that only days prior he had been forced to turn his knives on the Emperor himself by his own command. Despite the myriad safeguards protecting the Emperor, both mundane and arcane, he had become host to an ethereal, though through strength of mind he had usurped his possessor long enough to summon the First Blade, command his own execution, and charge the assassin with ensuring that his son, the young prince, survived to reclaim the throne. His last commands issued, the Emperor's consciousness slipped once again under the control of the ethereal, and a desperate battle ensued. The First Blade reported that he believed the Emperor and the ethereal within him slain, but given his inexperience with the entities, could not say anything for certain. He relayed that he had secretly taken the prince and put him into hiding, but declined to elaborate. The First Blade said he intended to retire his imperial title, and had chosen the name Ulgrim. Good, so we're not even dealing with Ulgrim anymore, which made me curious as to whether it was an intentional reference to the mythic character. A final troubling detail was that no proclamation of the Emperor's passing had been issued. Not only did this demonstrate the Aetherials had sufficient control of the palace to conceal the death, but given that they couldn't hope to hide the Emperor's absence for long, it suggested the next phase of the operation was imminent. I strategized with Ulgrim long into the night, formulating a plan to counter the Aetherials, but ultimately we agreed we could not defeat their conspiracy in time. The only course left was to gather whatever people and whatever people and resources we could, go to ground and weather the coming storm, then find a way to counter the invaders. We agreed that the Black Legion would be our best hope in securing allies, as a conscripted army of criticals? Wow. Wait for my mouth to stick together. Criminals, debtors, and political dissidents bound to service. It seemed unlikely that the Aetherials would have any reason to infiltrate them when they could control them indirectly through the military high command. The next step was to discreetly make contact. Okay, so this is setting up, how Ulgrim, Creed, and Sommer are all like planning together.
So much death. No end in sight.
I have questions. If you have something to say, make it quick. What does an Inquisitor do? The Inquisitors of the Luminari were responsible for investigating and eliminating any supernatural threats to the Empire. That could mean anything from breaking up an occult coven to securing a dangerous artifact, or even hunting down otherworldly creatures that occasionally cross the veil between realities. The Cult of Chthon. Give me just 1 second. The Cult of Chthon was one of the greatest challenges because the root of it, the dying god, is beyond our reach or power to destroy. It has been with us since ancient times. Given their recent rise to power, it also seems to be one of our greatest failures. How did you escape from the lab? Like, we have the account, but I want to hear it from you. As an Inquisitor, I had access to many occult artifacts and relics that had come into the safekeeping of the Luminari. There's that word again. Some that were deemed more benign were occasionally let out to veteran Inquisitors, and I have used them to great advantage. Krieg underestimated that. Could I use these? These aren't toys we just hand out to everybody. They are powerful artifacts that have to be handled carefully. Besides that, they are now irreplaceable as the Vault of Illuminari has fallen into the hands of our enemies. I can only hope that the aetherials never discern the power of some of the more potent objects within the vaults, or at least wise enough not to use them. In any case, I'm afraid the answer is no. Very well, then, he says, kind of like pointing his fingers together. Alright, let's get Olgrim here, and then we can go deviate and do our own thing. Alright, Dead Man's Gulch. No, it's Smuggler's Pass. We want the Smuggler's Pass rift. So sorry for all that exposition. Hopefully that was at least somewhat entertaining. But, you know, we went a while without interfacing with the game's main story.
Can't do that yet.
And we died. I'm not surprised. I picked the wrong rift, is what I did. I picked the wrong rift. But hey, we've now found another we've found another useful piece of information. As it turns out, you can now respawn at Homestead if you find it, which is just great. I think it's actually Dead Man's Gulch we want to be at. No, it wasn't, but we need to come here anyway for a different reason. More exposition.
So how doomed are we?
I've secured the way via Riftgate.
Look, I can't say I enjoyed my first travel by Rift, but it's certainly better than the alternative.
Alright, let's go... Let's go back to Homestead, and then we will go back and reclaim our death marker. We're not quite ready to be free of the dear captain and her two friends yet. Alright, Olgrim.
I wasn't sure you'd make it, but you pulled through. Those people owe you their lives.
I did what was right.
I wish that was the end of our troubles, but there is a mounting threat on the horizon that threatens to wipe us all out.
What do we do now?
I'm going to check in with Creed here, but I suggest you speak to Captain Sommer. She's the Black Legion officer in charge of this sorry bunch. Look for the grumpy middle-aged hag in Black Legion armor. She'll fill you in on the situation.
She's not a hag.
Still
Wow.
haven't talked to the captain.
Right here in Homestead. Yeah, that's not very helpful. Alright, we're not going to talk to Sommer quite yet. First, we got yet another quest to pick up. The weapons master looks over the supplies and says, "It's a damn shame about the cannons. This place would feel a whole lot safer if we had a few of those beauties mounted up on the walls. What happened to the cannons? We had no choice but to abandon them on the road when the aetherials attacked us in force. Thankfully, the bastards don't know a thing about artillery. What if I recovered them? Then I would call you insane. Treading into that area is nothing short of suicide. There's a reason we call it the conflagration now. It's overrun with aetherials. Even the very ground will cook you alive with aether fire. You like living? Stay out of that place. Just watch me." Have you seen my build? Do you know what armaments I'm carrying? The legendary gear I wear? If I were at level 25 or 30, I would be soiling my pants. But instead, we're over-leveled by almost double. Almost double. Not quite double. Alright, so now we recover our... I want to see, it's the smuggler... We go back to Smuggler's Pass, and we grab our death marker. Yeah, so this is like, the story is picking up now. A little bit. It's not picking up a terrible amount yet. But there's now some more intrigue. Oh, geez. There's now some more intrigue. You know, like, oh, well, what's the relationship between Somer and, Creed and Ulgrim? Or the man who's taking Ulgrim to be his title? Reminds me of Odysseus using the name Nobody to fool his Cyclops captor on the island. On an island. It worked so stupidly, it was brilliant. Alright. 6K experience, I'm glad to have that back. Let's go to the right rift this time, and not keep fumbling the spacebar. I think that's like the 4th time that's happened. It'll happen a lot more. Alright. Now we go to the Prospector's Trail. Yeah, I can't do voices very good. I could try, but it ain't gonna be a success. And, Southern grit and, like, Southern drawl really only gets you so far. You can't even guarantee that you, maintain it the whole time. I broke voice, I think, like 2 times, 3 times. Trying to read that script. So, really, I try to focus more on pitch, volume, and how I read it, rather than attempting to scrunch my voice just any old which way. Oh, we're getting chunked again. No, we've always been getting chunked. It's actually only managed to catch up with us now. So now, before, like, talking to Somer is going to start... It's not a series of, like, unavoidable events or anything, but once we do the quest, once we start talking to Somer, we're not really going to be wanting to do anything else. We're not going to want to do anything else. Speaking of doing other things... Dangerous roads. The fools. Curse the Empire's soldiers for abandoning their post at Tyrant's Hold. What devilry has compelled them to do such a thing? Do they want to see travelers killed and devoured by savages and beasts? I pay the Empire very high taxes to keep the roads safe. If they're not going to do their part, then I will simply stop doing mine. When I return to the Merchants Guild, I will be filing a formal complaint against the Empire and the army. A real Karen. If I could generate enough support, then we could boycott the major cities and put some real pressure on the diplomats in Erlen. Maybe even force them to pay restitution to the guild. They may be royalty, but even they will bend to the power of coin. It would make me very happy indeed to see the almighty Empire bowing to the guild for a change. And now more wonderful news. A traveler heading north said they were brought by bandits to the south. What's worse is that many of these criminals were dressed in soldiers' uniforms. Is it possible the regiment from Tyrant's Hold has gone rogue? I think it's high time we did away with this decrepit system of rule. It's treason to even think such thoughts, much less write them down. But if we survive this, it'll be long past time for dramatic change. Well, you don't have to worry anymore. Because it's likely that the Empire is dead. I don't know. I never made it that far. I never made it to the Empire, but I can't imagine that this would be on anyone's to-do list. Safe roads? We don't even know if the homes are safe. Safe roads. Also, I read that like a true Dan. A true Chad. An absolute, Ken, if you will. Yeah, real Karen. Just that note gave off huge Karen energy. And honestly, I guess it's alright. We need Karens. We need people in the world who are willing to complain Although there's complaining because nothing else worked, like you're not a Karen by choice, or there's like complaining because you like to complain. That is a real problem. Oh, and would you look at that? Quests. And the return of the powdered circles. Oh, look, we broke the circle. Also, they're completely... Guys, you gotta, like, fix your powdered circle, man. You could just get people... you could get people coming in through here. And I realize you got someone standing there watching, but come on. That's not a circle. That's a barrier, yes, but a circle? No. No, it's not. Traveler, keep your weapons down and we won't have any trouble here. Who's in charge? Speak to Valar. For that, Cadris. You must be one tough slith to make it out here on your own. Deathmark Cadris of the Black Legion. What brings you here, citizen? The Black Legion? Yes, the Imperial Elite, the Conquerors of Venmar. You must be from the rural country. They didn't know much about us at Homestead either. Where is Homestead? Is that where you're headed? You're going the wrong way, friend. Homestead is far to the north of here. Follow the dusty road. Citizen, hasn't the Empire fallen? As long as the Black Legion has at least one soul still breathing, that battle is not over as far as I'm concerned. We may have lost the capital, but we have not lost the war. Well, I mean, you're dedicated. I appreciate a man who is dedicated to his craft. Alright, you're out here for a reason. You got the powdered circle, or barrier. Why? What help? What do you need help with? The manticore waste stalkers pack a potent venom up in their barbed tails. It's quite caustic and can burn through nearly anything. Oh, so it's very acidic. Good to know. My hope is that the Legion can use it in their effort against the Chthonian invaders. Which against the humans? Probably. Against the Chthonian entities? Who knows? We are dealing with a large group of cultists up near Homestead, and they're starting to bring in the larger demons from the void. We need to turn the tide and fast, or soon there won't be a home to defend. If you bring me back a venom gland from a waste stalker, then I will gladly provide you with a blade specially coated in their poison. Should do some serious damage in a fight. What do you say? Sure, I'll get you some venom. That's far enough. You have entered a Black Legion camp. State your business. Black Legion? That's correct. We are the Death Bannermen, defenders of the Empire. You are addressing Sergeant Valar of the Deathmarks. Defenders of the Empire? Great job. I take it you weren't in the capital when the aetherials attacked? They are gravely outnumbered, facing a foe unlike any men had ever seen. The commander gave the only sane order there was, retreat. Many of us didn't make it. Or killed, or were worse, worse, possessed. Used to think those that perished were the lucky ones. Not so sure anymore with the dead rising. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, ain't it? I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions. What are you doing out here? We are on the hunt for dangerous wildlife. With humanity on the run, beasts have begun crawling out of their dark holes. Their dank holes. We are here to make sure they cause no more harm to the people of Homestead. Where is Homestead? Head back the way you came. Follow the dusty road until you reach farmland. Homestead lies not far beyond. What are you doing out here? Need any assistance? Well, my men are stretched thin and the beasts are numerous. You would do us all a favor by killing just about anything roaming the wilds. But if you're keen on risking your life, I do have a few targets in mind. I would gladly pay you to eliminate. To the west is an area known as the Jagged Waste. There you will find a pride of manticore. Their matriarch, Mogara, is a bloodthirsty beast with a taste for human flesh. Put her down and I will give you a fine share of iron bits. Sure. Not like the bits are useful to you anyway. I mean, the bits are always useful. Come on. They're bits. You could smelt them into a bar, for Pete's sake. If you have like 50,000 of them. Which means people are like literally taking slivers of iron and trading them. Which is strange, but, you know, whatever works. One thing humans are always known for. Mercantilism. Making trades, deals, and agreements. You know what else humans are known for? Fighting back when all seems lost and fighting until the end, knowing that they aren't always going to get out. Yeah, so it turns out, like, here we're still kind of back in like Arcovia, but once you get here, we're back at we're now in farmland proper. Farmland's a nice time. You found your second legacy dungeon, or, you know, second forbidden zone here. Well, there in Homestead. I'll show that off when we get to it. We kind of have to take something of a trip to get to it. It's really entertaining to watch. At least because the first time you're not sure what exactly where exactly you are, or, you know, what exactly you're doing. I won't say more than that to avoid spoilers. Or like making the obvious kind of already more apparent than it is. Alright, let's go this way. Okay. I'll thank the Lord to pass the ammunition now and let me pray later. I think I talked about our Archimedes principle on Twitch yesterday. I'm going to spare the YouTube crowd that. It wasn't like a disaster or anything, just... it's boring. People... it's interesting stuff. If you're like, oh, well, a lot of people know it by intuition. If something is... I want to be careful not to start talking about it. But, like... humans intuitively know many of the principles, like, and put them into practice. I keep tapping W a lot. Humans put those principles into practice all the time without thinking about it. But when you attempt to form an explanation, if you don't know how to explain it, you can very easily end up confusing yourself. It's not always the most intuitive to think about. Yay, we have... how many poison glands? We have 1. We don't need to collect more. What is this, a desert? Wow. Way to mimic the American Midwest. Was it like some... oh... what the hell is this? It's like stretched. It's like distorted. I think it was trying to summon copies of itself. It died and the game didn't know what to do with the physics. For like at least a hot second.
I can't do that yet.
Hopefully people like the break from all, like, the random combat stuff. You know, how do I word this? You know, like, today I'm showing you this portion of the game, and the game isn't directing you to it. Like, you know, with, sorry, so many fillers. The Steps of Torment. Like, side content. I love side content, and I could watch, like, streamers and entertainers do side content for a long time. I'm happy to explore every inch, every aspect of a game that interests me. But it is nice to eventually see the main story getting progressed. Because this game has an urgent story to it. You're literally being set up to save the world. I don't know how else to say it. It's like the Tales of series. You're being set up to save the world. You just don't know it yet. Everything you do is not because you're... Wow. Not everything you're doing is because you want to save the world. On the contrary, it's because you're in a mix of preparing yourself for the situations that are... Let's go to that Pine Barrens rift. You're either being set upon and you're having to adapt to the situation at hand, or let's go ahead and turn in that manticore venom now. Sure, I have the thing you need. Well, I'll be. That gland is bulging with venom, a fine sample. As promised, a manticore blade of your very own should serve you well against less friendly humans and hopefully Chthonians. Say, you seem to be quite capable. If you're interested in some coin, I've got a hunt that I could use some assistance with. What are you after? This one's a hunt I've been personally struggling with. Local stories speak of an ancient thorned horror known as Old Bloodbriar. As it turns out, some of the stories are true, and Old Bloodbriar has been reported terrorizing the farmers in Homestead. I've managed to find some tracks, but I lost them in the shaded basin to the south. It might be hiding out in one of the caves there, but I can't be sure. If you hunt down Old Bloodbriar, I will see that my supervisors back at Homestead hear about your contributions. Heck, I'll throw in a few coins as bounty. You got it, good sir. You got it. Yeah, it's in your best interest to turn in that manticore gland, like venom gland, as soon as possible. So I guess I want to take a moment to just kind of thank everyone for stopping by so far and hanging out. I really appreciate it. Especially lurkers. You guys are the bulk of any good stream, and no stream exists without hundreds of lurkers. Hundreds, or tens, or thousands of them. Thank you. That means a lot. I feel good knowing that I can make your day by, talking about a game that maybe you don't have time to play, or, there's Old Bloodbriar. I wonder, is this kill gonna count? I don't think it will. No, it has to specifically be in the shaded basin, so it checks location too. Good. I was a little worried I could just cheap it out by killing enough things until I randomly find it. One of the nice beauties things about the Pine Barrens is that you can go a lot of different directions to get back to the same points. You guys were relentless. Yeah, I really do appreciate the company. I know I'm not the best content creator / entertainer in the world. I'm probably one of the suckiest ones out there. Like, why would you watch this? Like, edited long form or short form is a lot better bang for your buck, but for those that are here, I really do appreciate that. That's about as much as I want to say without, sounding like a broken record. You really can only do so much before you do sound like one. This is the part of the game where You could skip this. You don't have to go back through and do any of this. I'm doing it because I want to show you it can be done. And yes, you can in fact find it, discover it for yourself. Nice, we found a shield. You can in fact discover it for yourself. But you're here because you're watching. You're here because you want to know it for yourself. You want to see it. You don't want to just read it in some Reddit forum or go on the wiki where they give you a picture and you maybe know it's the truth. You want to see people doing it right here, live. And that is what I hope to do. I might not get it done today, but I will show you eventually that it can be done.
I can't do that yet.
Thank goodness. And we leveled up. Good. That took me a second to process. Alright, we need physique. Can we put any... I'm curious. Okay, we actually cannot put any more points in Scintillist. That means anything we get has to come from Elementalist now. Interesting. Now, is there anything out of this we want? I'm not sure. Well, we need to finish getting our skills. That much we can at least be sure of. But if we want other stats now, we gotta go start investing in other places. Or find a way to get it in a devotion or something. Or find like a % increase to a % increase to physique. Or we're never using better stuff. We'll be stuck. If you're... Wow, I cannot talk today. So, I find that when I'm playing this particular build, you really want, your first instinct should not be to teleport. It should be to control space. If your first instinct is to teleport, you could end up getting controlled, and sometimes you might even be, crowd controlled out of teleporting anyway. At least if you control space before, like if you have a moment to react, and you could prevent someone from, you know, closing the distance on you, do that first. If you know you're dealing with a lot of nemesis, heroes, or bosses, then, you know, maybe teleport instead first. Control space after. Or, you know, if you feel like you're going to be trapped in a corner, then most assuredly do, you know, teleport first. Like situational awareness. You have to exercise good situational awareness. No one's going to do that for you. I could sit here and tell you about the 100 different tips and tricks that I use, or like the 10 things I do more than anything else. You could hear someone say how to do something over and over and over and over and over again. You could change the perspective. You could maybe hear 1 or 2 new things each time. Or 5 new things. I don't know. But nothing is going to help you. The knowledge isn't going to help you execute. It can make you be able to execute, but the only thing that works on execution is practice. You have to practice. You have to practice applying the knowledge. That kind of thing. And what you don't use, you lose. And that doesn't mean just, you know, talking about the knowledge. That means actually applying it. Okay, we have covered that nice little expanse of land. For reference, trying to remember where we were, kinda. So here is Smuggler's Pass. Like there's the entrance to it here. We came out through here. Took a left to get to Homestead, then came back down south to do the rest. For reference, like when you're traveling in this game, you really do, time really can fly. In the span of an hour, you could realize that you've discovered almost every inch of some known space or something like that. Or there aren't map tiles left to uncover. Neat stuff. So, in terms of thinking about what I want to talk about next, I'm actually trying to think of something profound to talk about. How do you guys like to play? Nice, we got a new blueprint. New blueprint. I'll take that. How do you guys like your, like to play? You guys are looking at what I play. What the heck? Uno momento, per favore. Sorry about that. So I double checked the window. That's what caused me to be, you know, stop what I was doing. I thought something had like opened the window. No, it was a gust of wind, which would be fine, but our place is kind of known for having insect issues. So I thought maybe an insect had managed to find its way underneath the window. But no, there's no gap between the bottom window and the windowsill. So I'm thinking either there's a gap in the top I'm not aware of, or, you know, the caulking is actually starting to, like, come undone. And there's just, like, wind pouring out. That's probably not it at all. But there's something. The gust of wind doesn't happen for no reason. Also, I'm definitely now getting guacamole when I burp. Gross. Awful. It's typically I like guacamole, but I typically avoid that sort of stuff for this reason. I mean, I didn't used to always like guacamole, but I mean, I like it now. Oh, we found it. Nice. We found the lair. Oh, also I haven't even activated the stuff because apparently we either died or I pressed the wrong buttons. And I don't get to know which it is. Unfortunately for me. So, Bloodbriar is a rather hard-hitting encounter if you aren't at the right level or you don't have a good damage output when you find Bloodbriar. They will kill you on the spot. And usually if you aren't like a bulky defensive character, you're dying in anywhere between 1 and 3 hits. Like, you do not have long. Well, they're a hero or a boss. That would be why. But yeah, she hurts. I don't know. I don't think it was ever alluded to, what sex, Bloodbriar was. Yes. I too forgot. Oh wait, Forgotten Depths. That's not the same thing as the Mine Depths. Yeah, so you can go deeper with Bloodbriar. I'm curious. I'm gonna put a rift here. I think this is the other cave that we could have gone into. Certainly sounds like it. Yeah, that's exactly what this cave was. So you actually, if you had gone through here to this cave entrance, you would have needed to go around anyway. So I'm glad I showed you that. Let's kill us some insects, some spiders. Make them our enemy. What would being the enemy of wildlife even feel like? That all the flora and fauna were actually animated and out to get you. I would be curious. I mean, I'm not curious enough to try for myself, but... or find out how that would even be possible, but... I am curious. I would want to know. It probably involves angering a god or some other animative force for wildlife. To have all the plants and animals just rise up against you. You'd also have to be a pretty evil person. Or you would have sincerely had to enrage whoever was animating all the plants and sorceling and source selling all the animals to go after you. One of the nice things about these caves is that we can just, shoot from across the bow and zap things before they get to us. What the heck? Oh, also the poison really hurts. Did I mention that? It hurts a lot. And we can even get some eldritch horrors along the way. I don't think people want to see me play this game a second time, if I'm being honest. Not because the game isn't good, but replayability on games like this, if you're not a sincere fan, is actually quite low. Like, the replayability in terms of, like, not having the same experience each time is high, but the game takes long enough that unless you go through it very quickly, it's hard. Or some people would find it hard to play it again. You kind of want replayable games to be somewhat short. Maybe something to the tune of like 40 or some odd hours. I think that's about the same stretch of time as like Ocarina of Time, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I think if you do everything in the game, it has like a... No, it has just over 20. I take that back. If you do any percent, I think you can finish it in like 8. Like, on average, without any like speedrunning tricks. I'm trying to remember what I read, and what I read may not be very good. Oh, look, I'm glad we came here. Here's another, desecrated shrine. See, it's very worth your time to go explore. Imagine if we had not explored. If we just turned around and left or warped back, we wouldn't have this shrine. Alright, let's get our devotion point. Where do we put that thing again? No, we had planned what we were doing. We didn't actually put points in it. I had it in all caps. Good to know. Oh, right. We wanted to put it in Rowan's crown. Elemental damage is good. What did that do to our attribute, by the way? I don't know. What does the Codex have to say about this? That is the wrong place, and I ruined whatever thing I was doing. Alright, so we have... See, the character window... No, that's not what it is. What? Oh, that's what this is. So there is a Diablo-like component to this. What the heck? The Shattered Realm? Oh, this is because this is a mod. So it assumes you've done that stuff already. Well, what can I say? Sometimes you just end up, revealing things you're not supposed to. I believe elemental damage does cover fire, frost, and lightning. Like, it's a specific, like, tri-element. At least it should be, and it should count that way. Because there's not a different, elemental subtype. It's just fire, frost, or fire, cold, and lightning for the types. Okay, where am I going wrong? Alright, that's what I thought would be happening. I just didn't take the correct turn somewhere. Our next gear breakpoint, I believe, is 65. That's when most of the other Scintillus stuff will start opening up to us. If it isn't, you know, like, gated behind 95, 94, or 90, maybe it was 92. It was one of those 90 numbers. Oh well. We have a long road ahead of us and plenty of time to attain better gear. I am determined to make some though, and I will make gear off camera to finally replace some of the stuff we're using. If we could find elemental damage gear, which I will look through the list of gear to find it, we will find it. Once I do find it, I'll put it on. Hopefully it could be level 50 or 65. One of those two numbers. I believe most of the gear opens up at 65, barring like content exceptions. I think all the vanilla stuff opens up at 65, with weapons being the lone exception. Well, at least that's the level you can start equipping it. You probably go a long time without ever finding one. Like, you can know all you want about the initial one at Devil's Crossing, but it's like it's either a mace or a shield, if I remember correctly. It's usually not anything else. So, like, only specific people would even care enough to get it. Which is fine. Every piece of gear can't be for every person. Then there wouldn't be gear. People would like actually go out of their way not to wear any if it was for everybody. Like, can you do X without, you know, gear? I wonder if a you know, like a no gear run is possible. Like, you're only going to be hitting things about 60% of the time, but you're probably going to be running out of energy a great deal. But I wonder if it's possible. I'm not about to find out. I'm already thinking of doing challenge runs in Elden Ring Reforged, let alone, you know, something like this. Speaking of challenge runs, anyone else here like, you know, either like a specific kind of challenge run or speed running? That is a form of challenge run. It's how fast can you beat the game. I respect speed running, but I don't think I have the skill for it. I care about precision, but I'm not very fast. I'm a far better challenge. I have more of an aptitude for challenge running than I do speed running. Especially because I'm already 30, and I would have needed to learn the motions to do the speed run. Like, I don't know, 14, 17 years ago? I would have essentially needed to be at a young enough age to where I'm not processing, I take less time processing actions. Wow, what is the deal with this game? It doesn't normally hang up this much. Granted, it's only crashed once, and I would like to not invite the devil by saying it surely won't crash again, but you never know. Also, I've definitely been holding my mouse buttons for way longer than is reasonably healthy. That is something that you learn. Like, you can use A to, it's one of those, you accept that there's going to be, oh boy. Methinks I need to find a rift soon, or we're going to have a problem. I completely blanked on what I was going to talk about. Again, I don't know. I find these games are intense, but I do find them relaxing. It's nice to be able to come up with a plan of attack. Like, you have your gear, you know what you want to do, you're taking whatever the game throws at you with several grains of salt. You know exactly what's coming. And you know that... You know exactly where to go. You know what you're doing. I think I said that already. I'll say it again. This sort of gameplay is nice, because it forms like a nice repetitive loop. And I'm a creature of routine. I like repeats. Granted, I don't like repeats in my food. I like to experience something new every so often, but... as far as, like, gameplay, I like a daily routine. I'm a creature of habit. I don't know about anyone else. Would you describe yourself as a creature of routine, or do you constantly have to change stuff up, or you get really tired of it? It's okay if you do or don't. It's just a general question. Never, and I don't want people to ever feel forced to engage the question. I would like people to be thinking about it. Maybe, people don't often get a chance to reflect on themselves and their own nature on a day-to-day basis. Life is really busy. So I think one of the things I try to do, or that I've thought about, not thought about, but have been doing, is asking that question. Like, asking those questions maybe you wouldn't think to ask yourself, because you're just so busy in your day-to-day life that you cannot. You're too tired. So while you're kind of sitting there listening to me, and maybe not doing so much work that your ears bleed, you know, are you the kind of person who constantly needs to move, or are you a person who doesn't like to move unless they feel ready to move? I'm probably the type of person that doesn't move unless they want to. At least, that's the way I'd like to think about it. I'm sure other people would probably describe that aspect of me a bit differently. Maybe some part of me might be, you know, wishfully thinking I did these things, but no. I promise I'm not lying about that. I just might not be remembering all the exceptions that maybe make it less of the truth sometimes. Is that another that is another desecrated shrine. Are we able to get to it from over here? Probably. We've got like a grobel army over here. And a whole bunch of sarcophagi. Imperial Proclamation. By Imperial Proclamation, Duke Bayan Cavanil is hereby ordered to disband the 31st Division of the garrison, currently stationed at Tyrant's Hold. All soldiers are immediately released from active service without pay. Soldiers may take their weapons and armor as compensation. Immediately following the disbandment of forces at Tyrant's Hold, Duke Cavanil is relieved of his command in order to present himself before the High Marshal Nicholas Mainville. Failure to report on the first of the month will constitute forfeiture of all land and titles to the Imperial Justicar, Reiner Finch. With a name like that. Ugh. Nah, never mind. That's a little bit judgy, I guess. I don't know. Finch just sounds like a name that's, Like, when it's put next to a name like that, it just sounds pretentious. But I am also being a pretentious little windbag, so, make of that what you will. See, I'm not fool. I wasn't being a fool. I did in fact thought I could go through this way, but I cannot. I have to circle around. I want that, shrine. Yeah, I want that shrine. It would say it was restored if it were restored. So it pays to read your map, ladies and gentlemen. It really pays to read your map. I don't really have a follow-up to that. Just read your map. Granted, you know, if you're unable to read a map, then having a map won't help you. It's literally toilet paper. Man, I need a map. Wait, I have this old one from, like, I don't know, 15 years ago that may be accurate. Oh, wait, I used it as toilet paper, so, you know, don't mind the smudging. That was a stain. That was a meat stain from, you know, 8 years ago. When I was last on the crapper eating a bit of steak. I digress. When I'm not busy taking the joke literally too far. Here we are, another shrine. And just like that, it was over. Honestly, the aftermath will kill me more than the enemies will. In memory of Gogo the Chaotic Melon, lost in the service of Karen. I think this has to be a dedication. I'm curious. I need to know. I gotta know. Nope. I think it has to do with a particular person's story. I will look into this more seriously and have an answer for you next stream. Provided I am not caught up in, you know, the devastation that will follow my exam and other stuff. We cleared out a shrine. We have points. Let's use those points. Flame and ice manifests itself at your command. Okay. Well, we don't have anything. Oh, right. It is, I have to go the other way. Yeah, we have a lot of spirit. We don't have a lot of anything else. We don't have enough for the gear we want. Really sad. Even with the chthonic... In fact, the chthonic shard would be the only reason we even have the gear we have access to right now. I'll find out more about Gogo. I am legitimately curious. Also, we really don't want to be, we don't want to forget that we need to go under the first set of battlements. I've heard of, like, tombs in a, I've heard of, like, tombs in a city, and tombs at tombs at a monument, but tombs at a garrison? I guess if you don't have other places you want to inter the dead, you would have a sort of graveyard, wouldn't you? I think it's gonna crash. It's gonna crash right here. Sure did. That's crash number 2. That's not good. Close it. Unfortunate. It was so stable, too. And we have to run all that way again. All that way. Let's try to make it faster this time. Hopefully we didn't lose the devotion point we just gained. No, we did not. Good. I was a little worried about that. Okay. I really do think we have to go back to the Pine Barrens Rift and go through again. Go through all of that again. Yep. Sure do, but we can turn in these quests now. You've returned with a few new bruises, I might add. Old Bloodbriar is no more. Well done. The death of that horrid beast will go a long way towards restoring order to this region. My superiors will be pleased to hear of this, you can be sure of it. How goes the hunt? Mogara lies dead. Impressive. The beast put one of my men out of commission for a week. Your iron, as promised. Now, if you're willing, I've got more work for capable hunters such as yourself. What do you need? You've proven yourself against Mogara. I'll give you that. But there are far greater threats still out there. A great spider the farmers call Ungoliax the Gloomweaver has her lair in a cavern somewhere within the shaded basin to the south. Her spawn crawl out of the darkest places of the world in order to terrorize the locals and gather food for their ravenous queen. This must end. Destroy the spider queen and I will see that you are rewarded. She is dead. You are efficient. I like it. You would do well in the death marks. I've got your bits right here, and one last mission, if you are up for it. Blood Feast the Ruthless is a vicious Drangul that has driven the local grobles into a frenzy. With a Drangul rallying them under a single banner, the grobles are becoming a serious threat to the region that cannot be ignored. If you slay Blood Feast, then the grobles should scatter and return to their tribal groups. Blood Feast makes his home in a nearby ruined fort known as Tyrant's Hold to the east. Man, we were just about to go there. Slay him, and I will provide you with some of the rare materials we have gathered on our hunts. Sure. Good work out there. Proper ending to the legend of old Bloodbriar. It wasn't so tough. You're right, it wasn't tough. It was mincemeat before our spells. Oh, wow, this game is having a serious time of it today. Unfortunately, we do have to kill what lies in our way. I won't go out of my way to kill everything like I was doing before, but we don't really have a choice except to kill what stands in our path if we would like to actually make it there sometime today. Running in Grim Dawn is something you can do, but you have to do it for a long time. I mean, a really long time. It's more effective to just stay and fight, in my opinion. I don't know, maybe someone else would be more willing to tell me, you know, hey, you know, you're wrong. You can run. Some classes are really quite good at it. I'm like, that's great. I don't think my setup is one of those. I'm not gonna let you sting me, Manticore. Get out of the way. Thankfully, I know exactly where I'm going now, and I can just cut the chaff. Unfortunate. Also, if we had a death marker, we lost it with the crash. Take number 2 right off the top. And we have to go all the way back. We're going to put a rift at our previous point of death so that doesn't happen again. When it gets like this, you gotta make... You gotta... You almost have to, like, rift scum. I heard a phrase the other day. I was watching a YouTuber who goes by Dirk. Or, yeah, something like that. And, there was a phrase I thought was absolutely hilarious, and it had no right to be. He was playing some, like, Mario ROM hack, like, Super Mario World ROM hack, and, I heard the phrase, slow fly scummers, which I thought was just hilarious. Again, it had no right to be hilarious at all, but it was. Thank goodness. Yeah, I thought that was just the bee's knees. I was giggling like a schoolchild. And it wasn't that funny. Really thinking back on it, I don't know, I guess it was just the audacity of the term that I laughed at. I found that really funny. That was close.
I can't do that yet.
Wow, yeah, that poison hits quite hard. Those plants, I tell you what. Really? I accidentally hit right mouse there. Anyone else ever do that? Like, you know you're competent at the game, or at least you think you're competent at the game, and you just keep mashing the wrong buttons all the time. It happens to me more often than I care to admit. Just mashing one's buttons. Usually with this game, it happens like at the 2 and the 3.
I can't do that yet.
Like between 2 and 3, between 1 and 2. Okay, I'm not taking my chances with that. Or, you know, between M and space, or... Now it's happening between my clicks, which I don't know what to make of that. I'm usually pretty precise with my button clicking, with my mouse clicking capabilities. I usually know where my lefts and rights are. Gotta be careful. Can't just open up random chunks of the map whenever I feel like it. Gotta stop opening the map every 5 seconds, because I know that's contributing to automatic slowdown. Yeah, I know more or less where I'm going. He says as he opens up the map again. Or not. Oh, that's because all of those are blocked. I have to go around. Rift here. Don't want anything happening that I can't recover from. I don't know what made the game think, or, you know, I don't know what made the game be unable to handle what was going on, but it did, and it crashed earlier. If only I had some... if this game came with, like, a readout, like the mod. If the mod came with, like, a readout, you'd know. I think there's a crash log that is stored by the game. and it will tell you if you know how to dredge it open. I don't, and I really would rather not have to learn that if I don't have to. I'm not proficient with computers by choice, I can tell you that. I'd like to think I'm pretty proficient with people. Yeah, speak of it, it's catching right here. Catching a lot. Maybe it's just the sheer amount of numbers that are going on. She died after her teleport, which is just fantastic. I wasn't expecting that. Alright, let's try this again from the top. Thank you for being positioned so well enough, so closely, or just far enough that I could chain together and, like, end just the whole pack. Beautiful stuff, really. No, I think Synthlist is honestly a little cracked. Just a little bit. Even Chain Lightning, wasn't that good. You really had to work for it. With Synthlist, you still have to work for it, but like, you can chain to just so many targets, and it casts so quickly. Chain Lightning from the Elementalist tree is a little more expensive. Where did I find it? Oh, come on, I know I had it somewhere. Oh, no, that's not... I apparently got it all wrong. Yeah, I got it all wrong. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, I'm thinking like Storm Mastery. Storm Mastery, you really had to kind of work for it. Although, if I'm remembering my Storm Mastery tree, I think it's like about the same amount in. It's like the same amount into the tree. Alright. Let's first put a point into cunning. Then we put our 2 points. Can't put any more in, so we can only put it into skills. Might as well start pumping 2 at a time into these. Alright, game, I'm asking you not to break. Can you do it? Yes, yes you can. Jeez. Alright. Man, you guys were crazy. Going crazy for me. Oh, and that would be the other guy off in the back. That, like I said, Electrocute, as I've said in multiple episodes, Electrocute can, in fact, get you into a lot of trouble. Oh, I think that's finally over. And watch, I'm gonna walk into range on the literally the next screen. And yeah, I was about to say, it never ends. With this kind of build, it just never ends, and you have to get used to that. You constantly have, work to do. But that's okay. I don't mind this so much. If you guys get annoyed at like random, I right-clicked again. If you guys do get annoyed at the at this kind of build, I would suggest not playing it. Because I definitely know people can get mentally taxed. Like, when do they stop? When do they ever stop? They just never stop coming. I've heard that on so many YouTube Let's Plays. It's not funny. That was close. These spike traps, I think if you stand on them, yeah, not only do they do like a 25% of your health, they almost bleed you out for like another 25% of your health. Look at that blood stain. Yeah, don't stand in the spike trap, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good way to die. And if you're like a fragile caster like us, like ourselves, we're gonna have a bad time. A really bad time. I'm not letting you get a hold of me. Not today. I believe... Oh, okay. Just trying to, like, focus. These guys do not... Yeah, these like, big enemies just do not let up, ever. I feel like I'm falling into the trope where I say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So, let me break that up by... First, by repeating the trope a little more, by thanking you guys for being here. Appreciate it. Means a lot. And I suppose I could take a moment to, like, talk about what I think future plans for YouTube might be. I think I've pretty much settled into the way I want to do the content while I'm at this stage of my life. I'm basically plan to stream while I can. And maybe do the recorded stuff during the summer. In terms of, like, what I want to show you guys, like, Grim Dawn is going to be a long project, and it has been. We're on, like, episode 10? I know, 10 episodes. Such a long project. But you have to remember, these episodes are somewhere between, you know, like an hour to, like, 2.5 hours to 4 hours. Somewhere around one of those 3 time points. And yes, I have to save 1 hour because of yesterday's, not yesterday's, but last Friday's, snafu. Like I said, I have to leave that one in. We made progress. But other things I want to show you, for the YouTube audience, you guys get a lot more RPGs than I think Twitch will. Like, with Twitch, it's got to be like an action platformer, or it's got to have a lot of stuff just going on in the background. With YouTube, I could say, you know, because the VOD is just stored straight, I don't have to export it, or anything like that. Gotta be focused. So I thought about stuff like, let's see. Like, I would say Xenoblade Chronicles here, but honestly, with Xenoblade Chronicles, I've already played 2 on Twitch, so 3 is going to be on Twitch as well, for continuity. Fire Emblem, or Pokemon, or something like that, might be, more appropriate for YouTube. I don't know. YouTube just feels like a more relaxed platform when it comes to that stuff. It's with Twitch. The reason with stuff like Legend of Zelda, where it's like there's a lot of action going on. There's not really like, yeah, there is a story and it's going on all the time, but you spend a lot of time playing the game. Same deal with the Bayonetta series. Like, you spend a lot of time playing the game. You don't spend a whole lot of time listening to dialogue and getting to know the characters or what their motivations are. None of that. I'm not saying Twitch doesn't have the patience for it, but there are metrics that have been shown that Twitch tends to favor action platformers as like a viewing audience. It might also depend on the exact streamer, but I think when I last looked at this 5-ish years ago, that was more or less what the article said. You know, if you're on Twitch, stick to action platformers, stick to like action RPGs, stuff that lets you play the game, because that's what people are there for. But I don't know, maybe that's changed now. I would be interested in knowing if that metric is like, yeah, that was a bunch of hot baloney. Or, no, that was true then, it's no longer true now. I'm like a Rolodex of outdated facts. That's pretty much how I've described it to friends. I do know a lot of stuff, but it's not necessarily up to date. If you want ancient facts, or you want insight into people, I'm your person. If you want, like, cutting-edge facts, not so much. It depends on the subject. And even the subjects in which I'm currently read on, I'm read on them from, like, a technical point of view, and not necessarily from a research point of view. So even something like, flash freeze microscopy, even with something like that, there's still the methodology is there, but what it wants to answer, all that, what it could be applied to is very different. And you're always looking for stuff with flash freeze microscopy. It's used on cells, by the way. Basically, they flash freeze the cell in the liquid medium, like typically a cell culture. And after that, they take it and put it under a slicing microscope of some kind. And, no, that's not quite right. They find a way to, like, split the frozen cell in two. It kind of like creates a mold of the cell membrane, and you can look at that cross section. You can, like, it basically lets you split the cell bilayer, and you can look at it under a microscope, and wherever you see pits, that's where protein used to be. It's now moved to the other side of the membrane after you made a cross section of it, and anything that looks like a mound is like an integrated membrane protein, which is really quite cool. It's easy to get lost in the facts of science, like, when is this ever going to be useful? It's useful because you can actually apply it to various situations. You can apply the science. You can apply the technology in a way that lets you solve a new problem, or find a problem that is actually worth solving, which is just Great. Alright, in through here. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, when I read about flash freeze microscopy, the first time I read about it, it blew my mind. I didn't think you could, I knew you could freeze cells. I didn't think you could slice them without damaging the membrane component. I didn't think that was possible, but that's why I'm in school. That's why I'm studying. Because I don't know these things. I want to learn them. They're useful. Because, while Twitch and YouTube are fun things. They're nice things I can do to decompress. And it would be nice to make, you know, a few handfuls of cash off of something like this. It's a hobby. A hobby that I will definitely have to stop at some point. And then I'll have to say we've had our run together and it's been fun, but I have to go contribute to the real world with this knowledge that I've spent a lot of time accumulating. A lot of time accumulating. I thought that was a door, but I forgot that the spike grates make that noise. But I'm gonna do this for you guys as long as I can. In the way that I'm able and however I am able. My life is better with you guys in it. I mean that. Sincerely. I don't know. If I hadn't made the connections that I made when I started to stream, I'm not sure I would be... I mean, I'd probably be living, but I don't think I would be as enriched by it. Like, as a person. Not money. Oh no, I've bled money doing this. But I'm happy to have made connections with people over it. That if I met that person in real life with just the knowledge of our faces, if I met any of the people I've made a connection with, I would know. I would know them, and they would know me, and introductions wouldn't be any awkward or anything. Okay. Yeah, well, I was about to say, let me go in.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, I was about to be very scared. Because I got trapped into a part of the room I couldn't easily teleport out of. And he was kind of blocking where my teleport was going. I was about to be very nervous. Thankfully, he died before, you know, I found out how difficult that was going to be. Did we got a journal entry, didn't we? Yeah, the Journal of Duke Cavanel. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to read that. I think I was busy being silly. Let's do that now. This makes no sense. I've been ordered to dismiss my army without pay. Furthermore, they've given the men weapons and armor as final payment. What are they thinking? This order can only result in anarchy. Half these men will become bandits or worse. If dismissed without pay, they won't have a second thought about turning their blade against the Empire. Without this garrison, the grobles will reclaim the area unchallenged. The road from Darkvale to Devil's Crossing will become impassable. We've been holding this fort since the fall of the Drangul savages, but they keep pressing to take it back. I have requested more men and weapons from Erlen, and this is the response I get in return? Madness. I have half a mind to ignore this decree, and if my wife and son were here with me, I would. Upon further reflection, these men might also turn against me. Not that I feel I have mistreated them, but they could easily view me as part of the aristocracy that has put them in this predicament. I must leave before they receive this news, or I fear I will never see my family again. Duke Cavanel, commander of Fort Tyrant. Well, that might have been your mistake right there, good sir. You know, I know you have family to think about, but so do these other men. Can't do that. And yes, this is a dangerous domain. Let's not forget that. And look where we are. We're back up here. Yep. So that did set us back quite a way, but you know, we got a quest out of it. Yeah, we got the completion of a quest out of it. We learned some lore. Like, I'm a happy camper. Are you guys happy campers? I sure hope so. It would be a shame if, shrapnel pistol? Ah, green. We might as well learn it now, I guess. I'm gonna take this Gooka. Gooka Bazooka. I don't know where I was going with that line of words, but I wanted to say it, so I did. Gosh darn it. Anyone else ever get urges like that? I sound all proper, and I know I have, you know, succumbed to that urge on camera multiple times, but I generally pride myself on my ability to stay composed, and not do random things just because I feel like it, but, you know, I know a lot of my other friends, don't have that, they don't have that need, they don't feel the need to exert that control on themselves, so they don't, unless it is necessary. I'm the only person among my friend group, or friend groups, who thinks that way. Which is strange, but... well, it is kind of strange, but... then again, I'm a strange, neurodivergent person. How goes the battle against Bloodfeast? It wasn't easy, but Bloodfeast is dead. You are a brutal and effective fighter. I hate to run into you on a battlefield. Glad to have you on our side. I'll be sure to include you in my report back to Captain Sommer in Homestead. Good hunting out there. And you have served the Black Legion well. We do not forget our allies. I hope we don't have to, like, pick between these guys. I haven't played the game to completion, but so far it seems like everyone's kind of like working together. But what if in like a final twist of fate, you know, you have to pick between the Legion and the people that quite literally chose to save your life? And the reasoning might be as simple as more people, fewer people, or it could be, well, Devil's Crossing is where you have your roots at, but there are more resources and like a better distribution of manpower to be found in the Black Legion and their projects. Or, you know, they begin to delineate in their goals and find that it is no longer in their best interest to work together for whatever strange reason. I wouldn't think so. It'd be more likely in a real situation that Devil's Crossing would probably move to be absorbed by Homestead rather than continue to hold that fortification. Or it might be more likely that the Black Legion sends men to defend that fortification. Or the Aetherials could move in way ahead of time. There are bunches... I suppose there are a few ways that scenario could play out, depending on exactly what people feel the Black Legion may or may not do about it. But I'd like to think that in a real situation, less people would always go toward more people and only separate when they knew it was safe. And this world's very unsafe. Oh, nice epic. Or legendary. Dang it, World of Warcraft. I can't look at a purple without thinking it's epic. When the blues are epic and the purples are legendary. I'm used to my legendaries being yellow. Or like a light yellow. Oh, and what do we have here? Cronley's gang? Since when? Nah, this is the Arcovian docks.
That skill's not ready.
Speaking of the Arcovian dock, I just got docked into a graveyard and left to die. Yeah, the Arcovian docks are another forbidden domain, or another, like, dangerous domain. Where are we? Oh, please don't tell me it's back at actual Tyrant's Hold. Although, actually, this could be a blessing in disguise. Sure is. Which means I could just take the, I could just follow the hold back out and be back where I'm supposed to be in way less time. Yeah, one of the things I don't like about doing this stuff is... you know, if you die, you do have to schlep it all the way back here. Like I said, you don't need to do this. I'm doing it because I can. Because I want to show you that it can be done. Yeah, it can be done. And there are rewards to be gained for doing it. Had we not come this way, we wouldn't have gained any reputation with the Black Legion. We wouldn't have gained the 2 desecrated shrines, or 3 even. We wouldn't have gained any of that. We would be far less powerful than we are right now. But we probably would have been further along the main story as well. There are pros and cons to this. Which is fine. Not a problem. But it's something to think about when you do stuff like this. If you don't have the time or you get bored easily... you know, accept that there's going to be a bit of a power loss with your decision and just go ahead and, you know, complete the main story. Like, do that. You are absolutely within your rights to do it, and no one should shame you for it. There are some people who get a real thrill out of beating games and not so much playing games. There's a difference. Though hopefully the gameplay should be good enough that you at least enjoy playing the game, and it doesn't feel like like an achievement run. You have to beat the achievements or it's not a real run, right? Achievements are like a whole nother thing unto themselves, by the way, and this game does have them. And I died again. Man, I tell you what, Grim Dawn ain't complete without some things and some other things. I'm not saying either of those two things. Also, I completely forgot to leave a... Yep, I totally forgot to put a rift where you gotta start making the microstates, man. Gotta start making microstates. Like, you have save states, and you got microstates. Where you save over, every little thing. Every little thing. I sometimes do that. When I really don't want to repeat something, in like a randomizer run or something, I'll use save states. I'll save every last input if that's what I have to do, just to avoid repeating something for like the upteenth time. Makes me feel better. if nothing else. I nearly took a spike to the boot again. Let's not do that. Also, I thought I killed all these grobles. Why are they back all of a sudden? Yes, enemies will respawn over time, or you can always miss some. Yeah, our build is a spread build, but it ain't perfect. You certainly can, like, miss a couple on our way through. Alright, we get out of the fort. Rift states. I don't know. It's not a state, but I'm calling it one. Make a save state. make a rift. There we go. Make a rift. Don't even think about it. I used to be really good at planting rifts just wherever, but I try not to do that when I'm on camera. Although sometimes it would just be in our better interest if I did do that. Lose less progress that way if I put down better rifts. Hey, the game gives you the tool for a reason. If the game didn't want you to do it, it wouldn't, it's not like a save state where, you know, the game didn't intend for you to be able to save in the middle of a button input. No, the game clearly intends you to be able to plop down a rift in most locations, so you should just do it. Here's another one, speaking of rifts. And we're back at the docks again. So the Arcovian docks are split into two categories, or split into two sections. You got the parts where the Arcovian undead are, and you've got the parts where Cronley's gang are. As you can see, we're currently on the undead side. Either section is capable of getting you to where you need to be. I'm gonna go ahead and pop a potion there. Either left or right. You will have to go right eventually, but if you head left or go left first, then you bump into as little of Cronley's gang as possible. The Cronley's gang elites are probably some of the most brutal for a caster ever, because they're simply capable of shooting you at range and not really thinking twice. Like Rutnik the Cruel is definitely capable of doing bad things to you. And you definitely have to cheese him if you want to make it through. Yeah, Rutnik hits especially hard. Yeah, we have fought like 2 to 3 Rutniks. Sounds like I'm saying Beatnik, but it's not. We fought multiple Rutniks. They're all hard-hitting savages. Whereas like your Dread One-Eyes and Martin Moneybags, not so much.
That skill's not ready.
Wow, you guys close that gap fast. Is that another Rutnik? No, it's Aldrich. What is with these Rick names? I swear, adding RIC to anything. And that should not be on a timer. I just realized. I don't think I put a command in for that. So why is the, why is Stream Elements putting that on a timer? I'll have to go back and look. That should not be on a timer, but You never know. Maybe I thought it was pertinent at the time, and I realized that maybe it wasn't so pertinent now, and just forgot to change it. Speaking of Rutnik the Cruel, here's another one. Excellent. And while you were sitting there growling, I totally went and just killed you. Oh, and teleports don't work up and down slopes, so if you're thinking about, like, trying to save time by teleporting across the map, no, don't even think about it. You're not gonna get anywhere trying to do that. Game's gonna be thoroughly correct in resetting you where you were. I'm gonna put another rift here, just in case we didn't even get to this point in the dangerous domain before dying, so, and there's the Rutnik Battleground. I know it's not called the Rutnik Battleground, but that's what I'm calling it now. We're on our own. Cronley's lost it, I tellin' ya. Bastard's got in his head that we could just march on over to Devil's Crossing and take the place like they was dying in there. For what? Revenge? Bourbon's small fish and that settlement's low on supplies. They's as good as dead. Taking it's a fool's errand anyway. At the bridge out, it's practically an unassailable fortress. But Darius is gonna throw lives at it. Yeah, we got us them crystals in our backs, but making every fan feel like 100, every man feel like 100, but that does us no good when the only way to Devil's Crossing is up a sheer cliff and a bullet to the brains. No, Crowley and I are through. Me and the boys is headed for easier targets. To the west lie big farmlands, no doubt unspoiled by what's going down in the towns and villages. Farmers will be easy pickings, and the food should last us the year before we pack up and move on again. No sense in sticking around this disjointed crew no longer. Now who's with me? Rutnik. Well, Rutnik, it's nice to know that you had crystals in your back. You know what wasn't so nice? You blocking the way to the road. You literally just stood there. Why are you there instead of anywhere else? Did you move here after disbanding or, like, rebelling? Who knows? But, you aren't gonna be a guard on the bridge anymore. Okay, we're about halfway through the docks. If you'll notice, this is where the Twin Falls Rift is. And we're really not too far behind from being able to get to it. If we go just a little bit further this way, we should be able to get to it. Close. Not quite there, but we're close. Oh. Yeah, stuff hurts in this game. And if you think you can do damage to me by trapping me, you got another thing coming. You know what can do damage to us, though? Poison spore clouds. Alright, game. I'm asking you to hold on a little bit longer. As soon as we get this rift, you can feel free to do whatever you like. I thought I had plopped one down much earlier. Is that still considered part of Tyrant's Hold? It is. It is. Okay. I was a little concerned when it said Tyrant's Hold. I'm like, wait, what? But, now we know. I heard something die over there. Why did you think you could walk into that patch? Okay, we're getting the heck out of Dodge. Yeah, when I bumped into this in, like, regular Grim Dawn, plus, you know, the 2 DLCs, of course, I think I literally had to turn around and wait until I was over-leveled. This, as an Arcanist and Inquisitor, yeah, this place sucked to slog through. Especially Rutnik. Oh my god. I think I literally died 30 times trying to cheese Rutnik. Because he was already hitting so hard that, trying to sit there and actually fight him legitimately was really difficult. I'm sure it's doable. I'm absolutely sure it's doable. I'm not sure I ever wanted to spend the time trying to do that. I'm more than happy actually cheesing Sir Rutnik out of the game. Alright. That didn't take long. Everything was spaced out just enough that it was not a problem. I don't like getting teleported on, though. Yeah, that's another thing about the Arcovian docks, is that, you can get teleported, or you can have enemies teleport on you, and the southern portion of your screen is already blocked up with the UI. So, you can get ambushed. Which, if you're a caster, you know, ambushes are generally not good things. And that was a failed attempt at one. The scales strike balance. Let's see. It is a strange sensation, or should I say, the lack of it, to witness the world around me without tactile sensation. I hold a fork full to my mouth, yet the weight of the fork is non-existent to my hand. The act itself is just a gesture. Food offers no flavor anymore. In a way, it is a blessing for the stench of decay. It is a blessing, for the stench of decay no longer bothers me either. What remains of the putrid flesh upon my bones is all but rotted away, and with it rots away my mind. Putting pen to paper becomes increasingly difficult as my thoughts wander to emptiness. It is no longer the mystical silence of daydreaming where the mind explores its reaches, but the absolute absence of anything at all. That, I suppose, is the end to this curse. An eternity of emptiness awaits us all. Outside my home, the harbor is alight with the orange glow of the massive flames. Judging by the shouts and noise, my countrymen have set themselves to burning the ships. To what end, I cannot say. Perhaps the arson fills them with a small flicker of purpose in life. For me, I still find solace in philosophy and parchment, for as long as my mind remains capable of it. For example, one may consider the curse which befell our lands to be divine punishment handed down upon us for our hubris. I am a skeptic, yet even I cannot deny the irony of undeath condemning people hell-bent on exterminating necromancy. If the gods truly exist, then they have a sick sense of humor and justice. The scales of Olkama, it appears, have struck a balance in the end. Nefor, scholar of Arcovia. Indeed they have. Indeed they have. Oh. I would really like for the... Okay, getting out of the poison. Gotta have those, you know, gap increasers. Those pain reducers. The gap extenders. However, the trick is you have to feel the pain first. No, you don't. You can teleport ahead of time, but You know, I have difficulty with the anticipation. I typically like to have enough toughness to know how hard I'm being hit. Although I can work with, you know, I can totally work with not taking a hit whatsoever. And just like that, 3 pages of loot, which I will now sort for my convenience for when I like end the stream, which we're about at that time. We're so close to being there. This bridge once connected Tyrant's Hole to Old Arcovia. It must be restored before you can cross it. 10 scrap and 8k bits to repair this. You have restored this bridge. Yep. And now, we can talk to Palda. Your resolve is impressive, traveler. Where one may see a dead end, you saw potential. The restoration of this bridge will be a boon to many travelers. It's still dangerous, though. Like, look, you run into a dangerous domain. I mean, you run into a dangerous domain just about everywhere, so, no love lost. It's the same either way. But I don't know which is worse. The Arcovian undead, who you can at least kind of control, or, you know, the crystallized, like the aether-controlled... No, they're not really aether-controlled, but they're aether-empowered crazies of Cromley's gang, or now that we know, formerly of Cromley's gang. And boy, are these crazies not any fun to fight. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I know we should be wrapping up. That is the plan. I just want to, like, quickly wrap up the exploration of the docks. Because the docks have some good loot. As we just saw by the dynamite lot, or the chained chests. And we aren't too far away from being able to go back to Homestead. Or maybe that's not quite right. We're gonna find out together. For any who are
I can't do that yet.
for any who are, like, sticking around, I want to thank you. I really appreciate it. I don't normally do this, but... And I'm already 10 over my normal stream time anyway. Like, the actual time of day, and not the amount of time we spend together. I feel like the bot is definitely just spitting out the timer of whenever it feels like. I need to put, like, a line limit on that. So it's not spitting it out whenever it feels like. And we're back out of the forbidden domain. Or the dangerous domain. How about that? Yeah, I think the bot's talking to itself now. As the one on Twitch already is doing. It's just talking to itself. I probably need to make a copy of the, Okay, and I warped in a way I did not intend to. Unfortunate. Be careful with your teleport skills, folks. Be very careful with your teleport skills. Well, this would be the docks proper. I'm surprised that the humans were able to retain their control over this. Then again, these are, you know, arcane crystal empowered Cronley's henchmen, or former henchmen, I should say. So maybe I shouldn't have doubted the veracity of that claim in the first place. Alright. We have done everything I think we've set out to do today. You know, it would have been nice to get to... Let's actually go back to Homestead. Because we've pretty much... We've righted the wrong of Twin Fall, or like yeah, Twin Falls Rift. We've righted this wrong now. So let's beat feet to Homestead. So we have attempted to do the Steps of Torment and failed, which I'm fine with. If you want a complete run, you do have the 1 hour failure video of having it done. You could go look at that. I shouldn't say it's like an absolute failure, but there were frame drops all over the place. So if you want to like sit through that, you're more than welcome. There was a good chunk of lore in there. Otherwise, we went through and finally made our way to Homestead. We now need to talk to Captain Sommer, Captain Sommer, excuse me, and begin our campaigns of the Rotting Croplands and the Conflagration. I think we'll start with the Rotting Croplands, because that's where more of the side quests are ending up. They're actually kind of split all over the place. And the Conflagration leads to something very, very special. For those who knew why I flashed the map up, you probably know what I'm talking about. But for everyone else, that'll be a sweet treat that you'll have to find out about next time. On top of that, I will probably come out with... I will probably have some new gear on that we could talk about at the end. Or when we start back up. And I'll have your answer regarding Gogo. We need to find out who that is, so that we understand why that grave is there. Think that about does it. Thank you all so much for stopping by. Remember, I'm on Twitch. That's my main platform. If you wanna, if you really want to be in good contact with me, get on, like, go follow on Twitch. Go leave a turn on your notifications. Make sure you have those on. You don't want to be missing out on Elden Ring and blasphemous content. Last week was not good. This week and moving forward should be better. I'm a relatively whole person for right now. That's about as much as I'll say regarding the matter. Other than that, the next time we meet on YouTube, we'll get started on this whole mess with Homestead. That'll be real fun. With that, my name is Swirling Vortex, or Coin, or Steven. You can call me any of those. And this has been another episode of Grim Dawn. Dawn of Masteries, episode 9B. On episode 10, big things happen. And with that, stay safe out there. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day or week. Have a good week. Do your best to have a good week. That's not easy. Having a good day can be hard already, but try to have a good week. And with that, I will see you guys next time. Take care, and bye-bye.